Zero with the jokes already. New show waiting for Bernard Riley. What's going on? What's up? Salute to everybody in the building right now. Like I said, it's CP Times Sphere, and I'm working on it. I'm gonna get that all figured out one of these days. One of these days, I'm gonna figure out how to start a show on time. I'm gonna figure it out. It's gonna happen. It is going to happen. But without further ado, let's get ready to go. Let's get it. Hit the like button as you're making it, as you come in. Hit the like button, whether you're catching it on right now or as you're catching it after it's uploaded. Hit the like button. Let's get this thing going. Let's get it started. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up? Welcome back, good people. I see 40 people in the building. Make sure you hit the like button. Hit the like button. Let people know you're here. I came on a little bit late. So some people may not have been expecting it, but I took Monday and Tuesday off, so I wasn't going to take another day off, even though I damn near did it today. I damn near took another one off today. I had a number of things going on. Didn't fully have a topic fleshed out, but we just going to chop it up about a number of different things and get things going and make it popping. Somebody already alluded to one of the things. Somebody said Obsidian doing a victory lap. Yeah, I will touch on that for the Darth Slothius said, I'm just ready for Obsidian. I'm ready to hear Obsidian do his victory lap. Yeah, that's one of the things I was going to touch on. One of the things I'm going to touch on. Number of things. And y'all can shoot out topics as well, but I got, about 3 or 4 things that I'll gradually get into today. I'll be gradually getting into it. Yeah. That ain't taste right. But shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in bright and early before we even get things going here. Appreciate each and every one of you. We got Jay the Conqueror in the building. Shout out to you. Salute Kaya Do. I'm sorry. I don't know why I almost said Davis. Kayadu in the building. She says hi to the room. Zero in there with the jokes already. With the jokes already. Dar Salanthe, as we mentioned, the victory lap. Stoic One in the building. Shout out to Stoic One. Let me fix my chair. Hold on. There we go. Stoic One in the building. So shout out to Stoic One, Aaron B, Deacon Dave, Hood Conservative, Culture in Politics Review. Shout out to you, Ricky Lou, and the one and only Prophet of Thought series in the building.
Only from TPOT Media. Open your minds.
I'm going to be making some more. Well, I didn't make that one. Brother Xavier made that himself. I'm going to be making some more of those. Just be patient. I'm going to be making some more of those. But shout out to Malcolm in the Middle 87. Says, what's up, Bernard? Peace and salute to you. Peace and salute to you. Appreciate the $2 super chat.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
I have a question. Is Dave one of those names that's like unisex, like could go either way? I'm pretty sure Dave is strictly a man's name, right? It's something I didn't know. Help me out here. I don't know what's up with Dave coming in here saying, "Hey, handsome." Dave is only okay. Okay, Dave. Yeah, we're gonna send Dave. We're gonna send Dave on his way. You know, we're gonna. Wait, no, not that one. We're gonna send Dave on his way. We're gonna get him the hell up on out of here. How about that? How about we go ahead and send Dave packing? Okay. Somebody call him an Uber. We about to punt pass and kick him the hell up out of here. How about that? Just can't be just can't be pulling up with the name Dave talking about some hey handsome. We don't do that here. I'm just saying. Yeah. And keep in mind, I got nothing against the LGBTQ community. Nothing against it at all. If it was on the ballot, vote for gay marriage, I wouldn't vote against it. They can go and get married. They had a right to go and do whatever they want to do. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. I'm with it all. I'm with it 100%. Don't bring it. Don't no. Your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness ends when you don't don't come into my life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Don't try to intertwine your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness with mine. We're going to yeah, no. We don't do that here. Shout out to number 16 in the building with the $2 super chat. Said he was choosing.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Says Bernard just experienced sexual harassment. Let's have some sympathy for the victim. Yeah, me too, goddammit. Me too. Yes, I got me too'd. I got me too'd all day. And you don't understand how it feels. How it feels to be me too'd. All right. Number of things on the table. Shout out to CJ. I always mess up his name, even though I did a show with him yesterday. But CJ, I keep wanting to say MBD, like traded MBD. But no, CJ's name is CJ. I'm watching his name. Okay, let me just pull up my show so I can just make sure I get the gentleman's name correctly. And that was a good show. That was a good show with CJ NBM. Great show with CJ NBM. Hopefully, a few of y'all went over there and subscribed to him and saw he had got a little bump on the subscribers. I was hoping it was a little more. Hoping it was a little more, but he got a little bump over there. Shout out to him. It was a good show yesterday with a good topic about the unpicked pick me's. He take a harder stance. He actually went light. He actually, when I listened to it on his show, he basically was making the argument, I need to start wiping up these chicks. If they pick me, they fit, feminine, friendly, all of that stuff. They need to be basically rewarded with marriage. That's essentially his argument. And it's interesting. It's a there, but you can't. It's hard. You can't just go whole hog with it. But if yes, men are saying that they want A, B, C, and D, and then when a woman is producing A, B, C, and D, then you're like, nah, still not. You know, you did all that just so you can be the third chick in my rotation. It's like, So I understand. There's internal logic in the argument that was presented. But he does make a hard, I need to start wiping them up type of argument. But he makes some good points, and he makes for an interesting conversation. And it is an interesting conversation about the pick-me's, who I have a interesting, well, not interesting, well, maybe it's interesting, but I have a take on them where it's I'm always weary, or I should say cognizant of an online movement versus how it plays out in reality. I'm always cognizant of that, because reality is, if a woman is truly on some pick me stuff, she will more than likely be picked, unless she's a pick me. And this is what me and CJ kind of talked about in Unearthed. She's a pick me, but for a really small really small group of men. That's what her pick me ideology applies to. It's sort of like the black women who talk about black unity and black love and blackity black we black y'all as their relationship plea or guidelines or whatever. That's what they're selling. Blackness. You can be able to make black children that look like you. That's ultimately what they're selling. So they're selling relationships in the backdrop of pro-blackness. So great. That means you're with a black man, right? Oh, you're not. So that means you're it's like it's a situation where, I'm not saying they swirling, but it's a situation where they're talking about black love and pro-blackness and black relationships, black family, but they're still in their own way de facto upholding some type of 80-20, 90-10 rule, so to speak. You can't really say that, I talked to me and Game Changer after the show was over. Me and Game Changer, we chopped it up about about that. And I'm not talking about private information. This is something that he talked about on his show, where I remember Rashida Strober was on his show, and she was talking about how black men, they need to get with a black woman. I don't know why she punch. I don't know why she be punching her fist when she talk. I don't know why she do that, but that was the argument. Black men, they need to get with a black woman. And so Game Changer asked her the right questions. It's like it went right down a path. Okay, so you're hell bent on being with a black man. So I'm assuming that you get approached. She humming and went back and forth on that. But long story short, she probably get approached by let's just say 10 times per month. She get approached by men, by black men who are dark skinned. Like, do you see the problem there? Is like, if a woman, if she's saying that colorism is a thing, here she is, a dark-skinned black woman, she's getting approached by black men, and she's curving and rejecting, and meanwhile these black men that she's berating to get with black women are being curved and rejected regularly is like you're not really about the blackety black love thing. Is you know if you if you're just speaking to just that small little percentage of black men that you actually want to be with, and that's it's parallels with that with the pick me thing, I think CJ said it really well. They're a pick me, but for who? Pick me, but for who? And that brings me to the Fresh and Fit podcast. I didn't do a show exclusively on what happened there. I know a lot of y'all have seen it right now or know about it. Um, every now and then they have to put a chick out. Every now and then they have to put a chick out. And apparently when they put chicks out, the chicks they don't want to leave. And yeah, it gets a little wild sometimes. It gets a little wild sometimes. And that situation there. That situation there. I stumbled into that situation by accident where for those that don't know, one of the chicks, she basically swung on Fresh. You couldn't really see it. I mean, you could see it. You couldn't tell if it connected. I think he might have like blocked it with his hand. But either way it go, the chick swung on him. It was wild. It was a wild one. Like I said, she swung on Fresh. Myron, the tall one, the fit one. Fresh and Fit. I think Fresh is the CEO guy. Fresh Prince CEO and Fit is the fit one. I don't watch their stuff that much. I even criticized it a couple times. I got to pump the brakes on that because my criticism was they just bringing a bunch of bimbos in, asking them what's your favorite color type of questions. What type of guys do you like? I was like, man, this is um, this is stupid. This is stupid. Ty City is saying he got slapped multiple times. Oh, okay. All right. I'll watch it again. I didn't see hand connect to face, but it's enough evidence there to say, okay, yeah, he got slapped or he got swung on. Dude, don't charge me up. If I misinterpreted what happened or I'm reporting it incorrectly and I need to go look at it again, then don't say I'm trying to save somebody. I criticize them. I don't give a damn about them. I don't know them niggas. Don't say I'm trying to save somebody. I hate when people do that. Not trying to save nobody. I just probably need to watch it again. I didn't see hand connect with face. But that speaks to what I want to speak to, where you're saying he a hoe. That's the ultimate rock in a hard place. That's what I wanted to speak to. I wanted to just set it up talking about that and then get to the okay, now setting that aside, what do a man do with that situation? On camera. What do we do? There is no correct response. None. None at all. It is no correct response to that for a man. In that situation, on camera, even with you, even with a scene that she swung on you first, it what do a man do in that situation? He said, "Oh, girl was filled with pent up rage and sexual frustration." One of the chicks, not the one that swung on him, not the one that swung on him, but a different, the other one, the one that he initially put out. It was a moment where she like stopped and looked at him like she was like right in the midst of all the chaos. You could see like she like stopped and looked at him and looked him up and down and like she was like checking him out. Like it was like it was just some weird things going on all around right there. Somebody said you press charges. Yes, you do that, but I'm not talking about what you do going forward. I'm talking about in that moment. I'm talking about in that moment when that happens. You see, women, there's a lot of women. Hashtag not all. Hashtag not all. But it's a lot of women who will willfully abuse the female privilege of being able to get loud, get violent, get physical with a man. Kevin Samuels talk about that all the time, that one-way aggression that people deny. It's like it's some parallels that can be drawn there. On Kevin Samuels' show, when women call in and they say it was violence in my relationship, and Kevin Samuels just overlook it and just like, okay, whatever. People criticize him for that, basically saying that was Crystalline Carrison's argument that Kevin Samuels is essentially saying that women need to take abuse. That was her argument. That was her argument as to why she went on her whole little rampage against Kevin Samuels for 4 or 5 months. It's because a woman called in and said she was being abused, and he just said she should go back to her husband. See, Kevin Samuels always talk about that type of one-way aggression between black men and black women. And everybody else, they just look at it, just chop it up as a situation where it's violence. It's violence coming from the man. They never look at it like a lot of those situations happen very similar to that. Very similar to that. Where he just tried to put her out. He just said, all right, you got to go, get out. That was it. You got to go, get out. The chick didn't want to leave. The chick that she came with was on some, well, why she got to get put out? Why she got to this? Why she got to that? And it's like the third time I've seen with women refusing to leave after they've been put out, and security had to come in there. The security was weak as hell. I don't know why it was any conversation once security got there. It's like security showed up and they just sitting there assessing the situation. There's nothing to assess. It's my house. She's in my house. I want her out my house. Get her out. She's not leaving. Okay, sorry. I apologize. You have a shitty job, but you have to drag her out. Yes, you have a shitty job. You have to drag her out. I want her out my house. She's not leaving peacefully. You have to drag her out. Yeah, top flight security showed up. I'm sorry. That old lady always show up completely useless. The bimbos could beat her ass if she had to try to wrestle down one of the bimbo chicks. But I was sitting there watching that, backing up some. I was sitting there watching it, and they was doing their normal views. Their views be good. They be having 3,000-4,000 people in there, sometimes more. But I think it may have been 5,000 or so when I was watching. And then I stopped watching. I think I probably went and watched a little bit of Kevin Samuels. And I think I went and watched a little. I think Angry Man was on. Went and watched the Ducked in there. Watched a little bit of Angry Man. Then I just browsed around YouTube for a little bit, and then I looked up and I'm like, damn, they got 10,000. I had never seen them with 10,000. So when I went on there, I could see, and then whenever you go on there and you can see the behind the scenes area, something just went down. Something just absolutely positively went down. So then that's when I rewinded it to see what was going on, and that was wild. That was wild. That was wild. That was definitely a wild one. Yeah, E-Black TV, the security, they be on smoke breaks during them confrontations. They don't be doing nothing. They don't be reacting. They don't be moving in with any type of passion or aggression. Before the billions in the building with the super chat. He says, I used to work in security and they tell us that we're a deterrent. And not to touch anyone. Don't play the hero. Just call the police. So, okay, so they telling you that your job as security is to just show up and just, have a blue uniform with a Fisher Price badge on. I'm sorry, I'm not going to insult security guards. It's people that make good livings doing that. But your job is just to show up looking like you're somebody who will do something. But don't do nothing. Just hopefully your presence will make them not do whatever they were going to do. Hopefully your presence will calm them down. Is that really what it's about? Doing security? I thought that part of your job as security, if somebody was a problem and they needed to be removed, it's your job to remove them. Just flat out. I've seen club security. I know how that goes down. Club security in the hood, they get people the hell up out of there. Sometimes they would knock you the fuck out and then drag your limp body out of the club. It went down in the club, you wake up in the parking lot. ABW have massive violence issues and are entitled. The entitlement is a major factor in the equation too that I was going to touch on with that. He says if we call the police, they might shoot us, the men. So done with this. They can't even smile. Yeah. I don't go all the way there saying you can't call the police because the police may show up and shoot you. Like that can be potentially being over alarmist with the overall number of police interactions. Odds of you getting shot are slim, especially if you're an upright, decent person with your head on straight who's not doing nothing stupid. Now, yes, there are people in videos that went viral of people who've gotten shot while they weren't doing anything stupid. Yes, we know of those situations, but typically, if you ain't done a damn thing wrong and you don't do nothing wrong when the police show up, you can call the police. That's typically not an issue. So yes, police was supposed to be called. I do think they called the police in that situation. I do believe that they did. But thank you for the super chat, Theo Wolf. But the entitlement issue is here they are on the Successful Men's show. They fully understand that this is in their house. This is a show. It's a professional program. And you were asked to leave and they just showed the hell out on some just being asked to leave. Like they could have just left. Like the shit is wild. But thank you for the super chat, Theo Wolf. Wizard X in the building says, hello, Bernard. What is your take on... I don't have a take on that yet. I don't have a take on that quite yet. I don't. But thank you for throwing the question out there. I do want y'all to throw some questions out there because I just spitballing a few different topics. And I got to go play with my camera real quick. Hold on. Because I almost didn't go on the air today. I looked up. I ain't see nobody on the air. With no Fantastic, no Ramil, with nobody on the air. And I was like, all right, I already took 2 days off. I'm about to go on and talk about something. Chop it up about something. But no, I'm not up on all the details of that one yet. I'm not up on the details of that one just yet. What's up? Yeah, she says Ramil has been off for a few days now. Yeah, Ramil will go ghost for a whole month on us. Bernard, he was a college freshman football player who got tricked by a 40-year-old. He murked him when he found out. Hey, I'll say this about that. You know how they wanted the black trans lives matter. Black trans people are X number of times more likely to be killed, and black trans people are killed and beat up at an exponential rate compared to other trans people. Black trans lives matters. Now, I said that I tend to believe that those black trans people who be getting beat up or shot up, it be over a situation like that. They did a little bit of catfishing, and some dude found out, the pun intended, the hard way, that that was a man. And so the natural progression took place. And somebody is saying, be careful. I'm gonna be careful, but I'm just saying that's how it happens. That's why the numbers on trans live on black trans lives are what they are. I'm not saying that people should be offing people. I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to get my channel taken down. But yeah. Yeah. That's I'm just stating what be happening. Soon as I saw some data that showed about black trans people, as soon as I saw the data, I knew exactly what it was. Some trans woman, to use the term correctly, a man who transitioned into a woman, a black trans woman, tried to get with a black man who was a man, and the black man who was a man found out a little later the hard way what was going on. Now, how he didn't know, that's another story, but he found out later what was going on. And yeah, somebody got either beat up or worse at that. And I tend to believe that's where that data is coming from. I tend to believe that. Hey, look, let me dispel a myth, because I've heard somebody say that, because I took Monday and Tuesday off, and somebody, I think I saw Jessica say something like, I'm enjoying the new AMC money. Judge Zilla said I took a new money vacation. Look, man, I didn't make that much money. Like, for people who really got money, the money that I made was just nothing. But for regular income folks, yeah, it was really, it was good. It was a good bump. It was a good boost. I can't retire. Like, I can't. It's no. I mean, I think I told where I bought the shares at. Put it like this: I had, I forgot how many shares I sold some of them. I forgot how many shares I totally had. I don't want to just tell you how much I made, because it was a lot that I'm not about to poo poo. I'm not about to make it seem like it went nothing, but it wasn't. Judge, you the one that's made some new money for real. Like, Judge, you the one who really, you the one who really made it. You laid out the metrics in which you got invested. So you the one that's really into some new money. I made some good normal folk money. I made like an income tax check on steroids. That's what I made. It was like a really good income tax check is about $10,000. So I made an income tax check on steroids. That's what I made. So it was more than $10,000. But what did I have? 312 shares. Damn it! What did I sell it at? I forgot what I sold at. I don't know, something like 312 shares sold at about 67 minus the 6,000 that I invested. That will give you a rough guesstimate of the profit. The profit was somewhere in the realm of fuck it. It was about $14,000. See that I ain't rich, but to be just sitting here and make that in one day, that was like that's hard for me. That's a heart attack. Just in one day, like holy shit, 10,000. It's the big one. It's the big one. But no, it was like it was about 14,000. About 14,000. There, I said it. I made 14,000 basically in a week. In a week. Well, a few days really. So yeah. So y'all calling me new money over here like I can damn near retire. Now I can't retire, but like I said, money like that is a boost. It's a cushion. It's yeah. You can For me, that was That's enough to have me speechless. It's enough to have me bail on y'all right on the air. I was right on the air. Obsidian was talking, and I was just like, hold on. and I was just quiet for a while. I was upstairs just walking back and forth, looking at the phone, looking at it fluctuate, playing double dutch, don't know if to sell, if the kid stay, sell, go, stay, sold. But I kept some shares in there just in case it go ridiculously up. I took out what I took out that profit. I left basically the 6,000 that I invested in there just in case it go crazy again. I could make some more money. So there's that. There, you got me to admit it. Got me to say it. But that's good money, man. That's good money. I'm no day trading stock expert. I just was hearing a little bit about AMC and I had a little bit on it. And then I talked to Sub-Zero and I don't know what he said that just magically just made me say, you know what, it's time. And I just start putting money on it. He says Bernard earned even more from Dogecoin. Nope, didn't have nothing on Dogecoin. That was one of the ones I missed out on. I miss out on so much. It's a stock called Clove. I don't know if y'all even know what it is. Clover Health Investment, something. I mean, health. I forgot what it's called. I saw that one and I was tempted to put money on that. Then I just pulled back like, nah, because I could just see it just sort of like do. It was doing the same thing that AMC was doing before AMC blew up. And I was like, man, I need to put a few thousand on that. I said, nah. And then lo and behold, the next day, that shit just went. Shoo. So that was a missed out opportunity. And I did put a little bit on it, but too late, and I ended up losing a little. Not a lot though. Not a lot. Several hundred. Actually, a little more than that. I'm being over 500. I lost 500 because like right when I start finally trying to put money on it, it start going down. So you can lose money being overzealous, but that AMC was just a sure bet that I put it on and it shot up there. So yeah. Very happy about that. D-Rock Den in the building says, if a police officer with a gun can't stop a female with a knife, what makes you think a security guard with a flashlight will make a strag leave a facility? It won't. Apparently it won't, because even when security be getting there, nobody be leaving.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want. Everything? Everything. You.
Cool Kamazi in the building says, will you do a review of the greatest book of 2021, the book of Obsidian? Well, I had Obsidian on and we like talked about it and sort of de facto reviewed it together or highlighted certain chapters and talked about it. So, I mean, that sort of counts as a review, but just a formal top to bottom review of the book. No, I didn't have exact plans on doing that, but we did have we have had specific detailed discussions on it. So we've already, we've already done that. We may do it again. We may pick a chapter. That was actually the game plan, to pick a chapter and and break down and use a particular chapter of the Book of Obsidian as a topic for the show. So we had planned on doing that. We didn't exactly stick to it, but it's still in the works. Bernard was more high that complex designs that day. Was more high than complex. Complex be high. I hope complex is doing well. I don't know if he's well. Yeah, I think he's. I think he's mentioned on another panel or in the chat room. Something he had a loss in his family. So I hope, haven't seen him around, even though I did see him on MOT sometime or just in the chat room. I think. Hope he's doing well. So shout out to Complex Design. Those of you that are praying folk, may your thoughts, my thoughts, and your prayers be with Complex Design. He suffered a loss in his family. Pablo Fresco Bar says, stock tip, plug power, Inc., steady gains. I will look at that. AMC stock exits, Bernard. I got 1,400 on it. Says, I saw Obsidian get a shout out by Kevin last night on his live stream. Yep, I was about to get into that. Gave him an ultimate shout out and plug for his book. I saw Obsidian subs bump up. Actually, a lot of people don't pay attention to things the way I pay attention to it. After Kevin Samuels shout out Obsidian on the Tasha K interview, I think Obsidian at the moment had like 15,400 subs, and I think over time, as that video crawled to however many views it crawled to, Obsidian, I don't know the exact number, so forgive me. But it does seem as if he did pick up anywhere from 500. Oops, I'm sorry. I apologize. Give me 1 second. This might be important. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, he got a bump in subs on that from that Tasha K shout out, and he definitely got a little a bump last night, and probably will continue to get a bump as people watch that stream after it's up for a while. But Kevin Samuels gave him the ultimate plug. The ultimate plug. He didn't exactly say go subscribe to his channel, Obsidian Media Network 2. Type it in the search engine and go subscribe. That would have really bumped the YouTube thing. But as far as the book, he picked the book up like this. Hold on. On his show with 20,000 people in there. Kevin Samuels essentially, just did his show with the book right there. It was more visible than what I got. Because you can see the whole book, even the name at the bottom. The whole show, pretty much, it was like this. Well, he picked it up and held it up and talked about it for a little bit. Then he set it down, and then he then later on in the show, when something happened, he referenced the book, and then he did the show. Why my book don't? There you go. And he did the show pretty much with the book like that. Like that was That was like the ultimate shout out. The ultimate shout out. And some people have talked about, him, Reg the bad guy. Talk about Kevin Samuels not shouting out the manosphere, but he definitely has. He definitely has. You know, everybody put it like this. I'll just put it mildly. Everybody don't get a shout out. They haven't got a shout out, but he definitely gave an ultimate shout out. And I'm sorry, yeah, my phone is going crazy. D Rock Den with his $5 cash app that he always send pretty much every show. Shout out to D Rock Den. But he did the ultimate shout out. The ultimate shout out to Obsidian on that. And basically more or less told people where they can go buy the book, buy it on Amazon. Like that was huge. That was huge. You saying how much did Bernard invest for his return? I put in 6,000. I made somewhere between 13 14,000. Grabbing the wrong cup. Shout out to OG Speed. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Just keep up the good work. Shout out to OG Speed. Thank you very much. Appreciate the super chat. I see more super chats in the building. Snuggles in the building says, do black men have the ability to work together if they do not see eye to eye or they had a falling out? Some do, some don't. There's some things recently me and Obsidian haven't seen eye to eye on, but that don't stop us from working together. I do believe it's not exactly etched in stone. We don't got a topic etched out, but the plan is for him to be on my show tomorrow. So there's that. So yes, it happens. Black men can disagree on some things and still work together.
Hi, I'm Snuggle. Snuggly softness. That's really less expensive.
Osama Abdul says, speaking of Reg, the bad guy, when are you going to have him on, BR? I never thought about that, but one time I did think about that, but then I didn't think about it that much after that, if that makes any sense. I don't know what I'm going to talk about with Reg. I have no idea what like Reg just has a communication style to where it's like it's like he be talking. He's just like, yeah, man. So yeah, so I don't know, man. Yeah, man. Reg will have a title. Shout out to Reg. You got a wrench over here. I respect Reg. No disrespect here if you listening. But Reg is funny without trying to be funny, man. He'd do a show. He'd be like, the show would be a woman slapped Myron from the Fresh and Fit podcast, and then he'll start his video and be like, yeah, man, apparently a woman she slapped Myron from the Fresh and Fit podcast. Yeah, man, that's yeah, that's good. But all right, that's my show. Yeah, this was Reg. Like, what's it? That's it. You ain't getting no commentary. You ain't like that. That's all you had to say about it. You just discussed the title. He'll repeat the title and then start laughing. All right, man, I'm gonna get out of here. And I'm like, what? Reg, you ain't say nothing. Reg be cracking me up, man. But I do drop in and watch his videos just so I can hear when he get to the point after he just state what's in the title, then he just yeah. Reg be cracking me up, man. Reg is one of those guys that's funny without being funny. I mean, he funny without trying to be funny. I don't think he be going for humor, but he be cracking me up. And I don't know if it's on purpose, he a genius. If it's not on purpose, then he's just some comedic savant to where I don't know. I can't explain it. But Reg be cracking me up. Says KS is GA, KS is soft. Same people. Why won't KS mention? Ah, yeah, yeah. That's true. It's truth in that. It's truth in that. Shout out to Sweet Melody Speaks. I believe she had. Yeah, I mean, I believe because I did actually duck in there and dropped a comment. She had Ramil Amir on her show yesterday. Shout out to Sweet Melody Speaks. I don't always get to. Well, I'm limited in how much time I got to watch certain stuff. So I don't get to. I don't watch too much. I might duck in for 5 minutes here and there and hear some of what Melody doing. But her channel is growing. She's closing in on 1,000 subs. So shout out to Sweet Melody Speaks. I actually wanted you to come up on the show yesterday when we was talking about pick me's. And hopefully you didn't take any personal. Didn't take it personal. I was taking. I take some shots at the online pick me's when I say if they was real pick me's, they'd be picked in real life. Hopefully you don't. You didn't. You didn't take that personal. For all we know, Melody got a whole man. She's just masquerading as single on the internet. But shout out to Melody. Always come through, support the show. Support the show more than a lot of your brothers, but we ain't gonna talk about it. We're not just playing. But no, shout out to Melody. She always come through, drop $5 on me. Appreciate it. She says, no, Bernard Riley, I didn't. I would love to have you on my show too. I don't know. I think I would have you on, but I think I would rather have you on my show. But my rule is women, if you just take the link and come up, you don't got to be cammed up. But if you're the special featured guest, then if you're a woman and you're the special featured one-on-one guest, you must be cammed up. That's like the new rule. So we'll see. We'll see. Pocket watching with JT, real account. Real accountant reacts. Just dropping in to support another black content creator. Right on. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Red Sings the Blues in the building says, I got a project this summer, and when it's done, I want you live in the project. Right on. Right on. I don't know exactly what you mean or what you're talking about, but I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm with it. Shout out to you. You don't know that. That's one thing I don't like people criticize about Reg. Say Reg is still living with his mom. You don't know if his mom is still living, if his mom is living with him. You don't exactly know how that works. When you're, I'm assuming 50 and your mom is 70, sometimes that legitimately organically happens where you will end up being the caretaker of your mom. Now, if a grown ass man is 50-ish and living with his mom because he just never moved out or he just can't afford to live by himself, then that's a problem. But my stepdad, who's still married to my mom, he's 60, and his mom ultimately in her last years that she lived with them, and they took care of her. So his mom died at, I think, 100. No, I think he's like 64. His mom was like 101 or 102 when they died. So sometimes that's a thing. That sometimes, you end up having to take care of your mama and change the diapers and all of that stuff that I don't really want to do. Even though I love my mama, I do not want to change her diapers when she get old. But sometimes you end up in that situation where, it is what it is. So I don't know. I don't know if he's living with his mama out of just being broke. I don't know if that's the case, and I don't like when people say that. He probably legitimately taking care of his mom in her old age. Probably the only son or the only one willing to step up and do it. Is what it is. Black Sword in the building says, "Go ahead and buy that building, Bernard Riley Weave, King of Michigan." If I made it, yeah, yeah, possibility, possibility. She says, "Okay, I'll cam up, set it up. We'll talk. We'll talk. We'll talk." Shout out to you, Nerdine in the building. Wow, Bernard, you have the Book of Obsidian. Wow, and it's still knocking off the crowns. Now I can put 5 on it. And we got Alin's Journey Through Life. Says, "Hey Bernard, big shout out from the Philippines. Love your show. Thank you very much. Appreciate that." Appreciate that. Alin, I don't even know if I pronounced your name right because I'm bad with names. Says Bernard, he says, "Nice Bernard getting love from all across the Philippines. Salute on that." Absolutely, yeah. You'll be shocked. You look at the analytics and you see all kinds of, they listen in other countries. Is this is what it is. I mean, I'm shocked by that every time I see it, that people are actually listening from different countries. I forgot exactly what my analytics say, but it's like 86% in the US. It's no other major country that's like pulling a lot of the remaining 14%, but it's like spread out around a lot of different countries. So what is Jolly Bees? He says, "Uh-oh." He says, "Uh-oh, she's trying to take Bernard to Jolly Bees." What is Jolly Bees? Number 16, that's a good point. That's probably ADOS in other countries. But I gotta know what Jolly Bees is. That I have to know. That I have to know. Since Kevin Samuels is showing old man the reverence he deserves, I will give him props for that. After all, Kevin Samuels got about 70% of his recent talking points directly from the old man. Um yeah, I don't know about 70%, but definitely a lot. Like I said, like a lot of Kevin Samuels has a lot of originality that can't be denied. But yes, a lot of things that he says is a collection of a lot of the stuff that we've said or that's been said in the sphere for a long time now. So yeah, that's pretty much what's been going on, and that's what's happening. That's why I love that he's, oh shit, hold on, I got something on my screen that I got to get rid of. That's why I love that he's blowing up the way that he's blowing up, because I don't care what the vehicle is. I don't care who's saying it. I don't care who said it first. I don't care who said it best. And whether or not they had on a suit or a hoodie when they said it, I like that it's being said on a large platform and the world is seeing it and hearing it. That's what I like the most. And that's what's more important. To me, that's what's more important. And that's absolutely positively where I'm at with it. And as I say that, give me 1 second. 1 second. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, so you finally let me know what is Jolly Bees. Hold on. We just had a Jollibee open in the DMV. It's a KFC copycat from the Philippines. Ah, okay. I wouldn't trust it. It's a 37.9% chance that that's not chicken. that they serving at Jollibee's in the Philippines. And I'm being generous with that 37.9% chance. Snuggle668 in the building says, Bernard, what are your thoughts about the new president? What are your thoughts on the young child that got shot by the young man? That statement sounds like, did you see that movie with that one dude that did that one thing? He said, what are your thoughts on the young child that got shot by the young man? Yeah, I know I'll be behind on news stories now. One of these days, I'm going to be a better content creator, and I'm going to keep everything just completely up to the minute, where I'm going to be reporting the news to you instead of y'all telling me stuff. And I'm like, oh shit, for real? I got to go look at that. One of these days, I'm going to have a team of people who watch all the stuff and bring it to me. I think O'Shea got something like that. Well, maybe O'Shea just go spend his mornings just looking for news to do celebrity junk on. It's hard to keep up with all that stuff. It's amazing that he actually does keep up with all that. Agent shot a 6-year-old black boy on a tricycle. Are you serious? Are you serious? The manosphere is still in its about 80% complete phase. Future editions will continually have a more complete picture of female nature. All of the complex math equations aren't solved. Hmm. Yeah, see, I gotta look into that. I got to look into that one. Sorry for the dead air. I was doing some Googling. But I'm not gonna even try to not even gonna try to pretend to investigate on the air. I'm not gonna even pretend to do that. I'm not even gonna attempt to do that. But what did I talk about? A recap of the last show, Myron getting slapped, which was hilarious. Not well, it was mess. It it's funny that it actually can happen. It's funny that it happened, but it's not funny at all. It's actually terrible. It's actually terrible, but it's but anyway, talked about recap of the last show, talked about Myron, talked about Kevin Samuels giving an ultimate praise and salute and shout out to Obsidian, which that was huge. That was huge. You know, there have been some critics who said that he's not going to do that. He's just, hogging it all for himself. But I've had my disagreements with that. I felt like he was, tightrope. He was riding a unicycle across a tightrope, and you got to be careful with who you bring in. Sort of like how somebody said, there's channels that will criticize him, call him all kinds of stuff, and then they're upset that he's, not reaching back to the manosphere, even the even the cell phone sphere of the manosphere. But there are a lot of people that have rode with him from the beginning, riding with him now, and they have good, respectable platforms that he can put his name on. He will shout them out, and he has, and he will. But we'll see how it goes further. He said he's going to do something in the future where he's going to bring on more guests. I think he said he's going to do something like a monologue, then like a interview section, then he's going to have people there, like groups of people like in studio, and having like almost like a round table discussion, men and women, where he's going to be kind of doing what he does on the we're going to be kind of doing what he do, but doing it with people live and in the building. But either way, it's a huge thing. I think there will be I think it will be more of that. That's just my opinion on that. Shout out to Coach Ali's Corner. He says missed the last couple shows, so I wanted to make sure I put something on it. Shout out to Coach Ali. Kwame Brown called into Red Supreme One channel, tells these whiners to shut the. Oh, I didn't know about that. Damn, I didn't know about that. I heard him mention he called into somebody's channel called Red Pill something. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he got the name wrong. I did hear Kwame Brown mention something about that. Jonathan Hemphill. He says, "What are your thoughts on creating a space/movement to nurture pygmies and have them combat the sisterhood of weave and evil?" um, I don't know if men can exactly create that space. I think the women who want to do it, who are up for the challenge of doing it, are the ones who are just ultimately going to do it. Now, what you described right there, Jessica X actually does it. And she has the talent and skill set to do it. I wouldn't expect Melody to do it because that's not really her. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe I haven't been watching her channel. Maybe she is good at going back and forth with somebody, but that's not really her vibe, you know? She's a soft spoken, don't want to argue type of person. So you can't ask a soft spoken, feminine, pick me to get in there and argue with these bitches. However, they do need to figure out a way to reach women and not just men. That is something that they do need to figure out. But as far as the skill set to go back and forth and argue with them, people like Jessica X definitely has that skill set to thoroughly pick them apart. I've seen Kendra D leave some women just tore them to shreds with when they had bad points, bad arguments. I've seen her do that. So there are some women who have the ability and the skill set to actually get in the ring and do that. But the biggest challenge always is, how do they get it to the point to where they have an audience? They can pull at least 300 to 500 live viewers, get anywhere from 5K to 10K views per video with a majority female audience where they're speaking up for men or speaking against the sisterhood nonsense and rhetoric. How do they do that? I don't know. And so when you say, what are your thoughts on creating a space/movement to nurture pygmies? I mean, I don't know what you mean by nurture them, but like men, we have a space here, and it's men here. We promote pygmies or women who just speak the sentiments of or advocate for men. Well, we're going to be just sending a bunch of men to their YouTube channels, to their platforms where they speak for men. And then it's just going to be more of the same where they're speaking, they're saying the right things, but mostly only men are listening. So the hurdle is, like I said, the hurdle is figuring out how they can appeal to women. That's the hurdle. That's the hurdle. And I don't know if as men, we can figure that out for them, how to get women to their channel. I don't know if we can do that. That's so to some degree, that's something that they got to figure out if that's what they want to do. And also, then there's the, so you say, and have them combat the sisterhood. So sounds like you're talking about them, debating and arguing them down with the points. So it sounds like you're talking about what Jessica X is good at doing. But every chick that's a soft-spoken feminine pick me don't really got that savage acid fire spitting tongue like that to be arguing with them broads. So that's a factor in the equation too. A sower of seed in the building. He says pseudo PSA. You may be aware, BR, there has been some rumblings outside the black manosphere. If that keeps up, everyone will have to deal with a new wave of racist trolls like yesterday's show. I don't know what you mean by rumblings outside of the black manosphere. And you said racist. See, I just was looking at just the title. I didn't even read what they were saying. I didn't know if those were black women, maggles. I didn't know who that was. But you think that was some? You think those were like some white, some racist white dudes just coming in here crashing the party? You think that's what that was? I don't. I didn't really. I would just like delete them, block them on site. So I don't. I don't know what you mean by rumblings outside of the manosphere. Snuggles in the building says men can't create the space, but they can create the protection as nature intended to. And when are you going to have Crimson Cure on, sir? I hope that happens soon. I haven't formally reached out to her yet, but I do want that to happen. I ended up having some other. I space it out when it comes to women on the show. The one time when I was trying to get on the show, she was in my chat. I was telling her to email me because I couldn't find her email. She never emailed me, so I wasn't sure. Maybe she didn't want to come on. Then I finally got her email, and then so I haven't formally emailed her yet. It's something that I will do. I definitely do like her take on almost everything. So I do, yeah, I do would like to do that. Oh, and speaking of Crimson Core, that was something that I meant to this is sort of directly, sort of connected to her, but not really because it's another content creator. Bishop Red Pill, his channel is blowing up. Shout out, salute to him. He's definitely a good brother. Definitely a good brother. He represents very well. He runs a very respectable platform. I saw it some time ago, some months ago. I saw that he was, taking the business serious, so to speak, and was, I saw his thumbnails got better, his sound quality, production value, everything was getting better, and I was like, man, he's really doing some good content. And I was sitting there like, man, yeah, he's definitely doing the damn thing. I was like, I hope he blows up. I hope he, just gets some traction and some, to pay some payoff for his efforts, because I could see that he was definitely putting the effort in it. And Kendra D was another one who definitely, I think probably anywhere from, I don't know how many months ago, 6 months ago at least, I could see both of them really putting effort into their content, and they both are growing. But Bishop is growing like crazy. So shout out and salute to him. That's one thing I wanted to mention, because I had like 4 or 5 different topics I was touching on today. That was the one I forgot. I wanted to formally give a full salute and shout out to Bishop. He is definitely doing his thing over there. And he got like a video that's sitting on like 70,000 views or something like that. 60, well, it was like 67 last I saw it. So shout out to him. Shout out to him. That's a beautiful thing. I like to see brothers' channels growing like that. I definitely love to see that. So definite shout out to Bishop. Sick lid in the building. Yesterday, Ramil told Melody to choose up. Can't wait for her big cam up. Yeah, I do a one-on-one with her if she got to be on camera the whole time with a stripper pole. No, just playing. But yeah, no. But appreciate the $10 super chat.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want. Everything? Everything. You.
Shout out to Sick Lid. Appreciate the super chat. Sincere cracking up. Question: is Black Manosphere in shambles? Why do you ask that question? Says shout out to the bishop. That's funny when I see that the bishop. But yeah, he's doing the damn thing. He's doing the damn thing. Shout out to him. His channel has grown in leaps and bounds. Yeah, I'm checking it out right now. His last 4, 5 videos just went crazy. Went crazy. So salute and shout out to him. Couldn't happen to a better brother. Couldn't happen to a better brother. So shout out to him. But I do want you to say why you think the manosphere is in shambles. Since you're cracking up, do you think you can get a one-on-one with O'Shea on my show or his show? I can probably get one on his show. Pay the money. I think O'Shea charges nowadays, but I don't know if I can get a formal one-on-one with him. You know, he's a busy man, and my channel is pretty damn small still. So sometimes, but O'Shea, even with him being big as he is, I mean, he come through and drop some Poland shekels or whatever they call their money on the show all the time. So he definitely supports the show, but I don't know if I can get a one-on-one with him. I've had impromptu one-on-ones with him where I dropped a link in the chat and he came up and me and him talked for like 45 minutes. So we've done an impromptu one-on-one, but never a formal one like that. Because it seems like Black Manosphere can never get it together. You're still being vague. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want to assume what you're talking about, and you're being vague about what it is that you're talking about. So you don't exactly know. Don't exactly know what you mean. Like what you're saying right there, that could technically mean anything. I have no idea who that is. I have no idea who that is. Sincere cracking up. If you're always talking about it's always some infighting or some back and forth or some this or that or blah blah blah. I mean, look, to some degree, some of that is what it is, and some of that's going to be what it's going to be. I just know I stay out of it. I know I make it a point not to beef. I don't beef. That's the only thing I can say. I can say I don't beef. I don't do that. I don't get into stuff. And even if I'm cool with somebody and they get a beef with somebody else, I'm not going to inherit somebody else's beef. I'm going to pull back and not be involved and not participate in that shit. I will stay completely out of it. So I don't do that, but I can't speak for other people and what they do and how they do it. Do I wish a lot of it would stop? Yes. Yes, I wish a lot of it would stop, but in shambles, no. I can't say it's in shambles because this person or that person got some argument with each other, got some back and forth with each other. But I understand I only can control myself. I am the only one in this equation that I can control. So that's what I do. Says, why is the Black manosphere so divided and tearing down so much? It's divided because Black men are not a monolith. And why would you expect us to be? If you want to see some division, go look at the white manosphere in the 21 Studio dude, how he's going to war against Rolo Tomasi. And keep in mind, I said 21 Studio dude. I don't know the guy's name. That's to let you know how much I don't follow the white manosphere. The 21 Studio guy, he got some ongoing beef with Rolo Tomasi that I think they've been in court with their beef. And then then the whole thing with Donovan, and then their dating coaches are at war with each other. Their dating coach has been at war. It's all kind of stuff going on with that one guy. I forgot his name. But he's doing an exposed video on everybody else, and everybody doing an exposed video on him. It's exposed, exposed, exposed. All they got all kind of junk going on. Like, so in that sense, they're in shambles. They can't get it together. You know. But what I would like for people to adopt the policy similar to mine. Just I mean, when I'm not even gonna say what I would like. Well, I would like for people to do it, but I'm not berating them for not doing it. Put it like that. However, I'll explain it like this. I got a lot of respect for Kevin Samuels and everything that Kevin Samuels is doing, and I think it's absolutely 100% a great thing across the board on very minimal, minuscule, small negatives, if any. Okay. Angry Man disagrees with me on that statement, or I disagree with Angry Man and his take on Kevin Samuels. Okay. I got respect for Angry Man. So I don't got to go to war with him over his opinion on another man. He's allowed on his show to give his take and his opinion on Kevin Samuels. I can disagree in silence and respect him when we in each other's presence, and that's it. We don't have to talk about it. We don't got to go back and forth about it. We don't, it's that's the part where I'm at with it. Somebody disagrees with me on a particular issue, they're allowed to disagree with me on that. They're allowed to disagree with me. And I would just be I would it would look stupid of me going after somebody because they have a different view on what somebody else is doing. Like, we grown men here. A beef shouldn't sprout up because two people disagree about something. So I don't that's how I operate. Other people are allowed to operate how they operate. Silent Lamont says, did Bernard get swole, or is that M button down? What is the M button down? Some buttons downs do make me look a little swoller, yeah. But no, I always been roughly this size. I was actually swoller at one point. I'm actually, y'all can't see it, but I got a little gut down here now. Just a little dad bod going on. I got dad bod going on all day. Oh yeah, it's a medium. You gotta rock the medium. You gotta rock this medium so you can just be busting out of it, So you look smaller than what you are. But no, I used to be in good shape. I'm gonna try to get back into it. I'm gonna try to get back into it. I be trying. I like to eat, man. Food is just too good. Food is just too good. But yeah. Used to be a fairly swole guy at one point in my life. So I got like leftover muscles from when I used to work out. I got a few leftover muscles. Number 16 in the building says, this is why I give side eye to those here that always say BP can't work together as opposed to the YouTube space, telling lies to push their talking points. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Ninjas going to blows over left Twix, right Twix. Yeah.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
I was gigging to that. I wanted more. Shout out to Sick Liz at Bernard. I disagree with you on your Dunlop disease. Your belly Dunlop over your belt. Man, gone, man. Just a little dad bod. Gotta trying to work on trying to work on the dad bod, man. That's all. Trying to get it together. Trying to get it together. Yeah, be killing me. Yeah, be killing me. But but yeah. But definitely shout out to Bishop. I hope Bishop keep growing like crazy. I hope that that spark over there, I hope that spark that he got going right there, I hope it, spreads out to I can't I don't I hate to talk about the manosphere as if it's like different sectors, but it is kind of different camps, and that's kind of a camp. It's a camp over there. Shout out to the masculine mercenaries, and I think the value that they bring to the table, I do want to see it grow. I do want to see it grow. So shout out to them. Hopefully that's the spark that really takes that whole for lack of a better way to describe it, sector of the manosphere. Hopefully that's the spark that takes it to the moon. So definitely shout out to them. I'm definitely rooting for the success. Definitely rooting for the success over there. I want to see us all win. I'm one of those sappy individuals, man. I would like to see everybody win. She says, "Okay, everyone, have a great day. Sleep time in the Philippines. What time is it in the Philippines? Ngat means take care. Bye, Bernard, and keep cooking some of the mama cooking Kwame started. Hugs and kisses. The I don't know about that mama cooking. I don't like that term. I hate when Kwame start talking about you gonna get some of this mama's cooking. No, the mama's cooking ain't bad. It's when you talking about the mama's sons. That's what I don't like. But what time is it in the Philippines? Oh damn. Oh yeah, it's late over there. It is late over there. It's 11:54 a.m. here. So you 12 hours. You want a 12-hour difference. That's something. That's something right there. The link is in the chat. So when you think about that, somebody in the Philippines, they celebrate New Year's either 12 hours earlier or 12 hours before. No, 12 hours before us. Think about that. They celebrate New Year's significantly before us. Like, yeah, it's about to be Friday over there. Think about that. That's wild. That's wild. Never thought about that. Yeah, Quang Q the link. And somebody has taken the link. Somebody has taken the link. Well, hold on. I'm gonna let Silent up first. Well, I'll let the other gentleman up, but I want to, Silent like to do hit and runs on me.
You know what I mean? I got to do that LA drive by real quick. Blah
Yeah,
blah.
man. So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Why you hating on the dad bod over here, man? Don't
Hey,
be hating.
you know what I'm saying? I know we getting older. We not 22, nigga. I was out here running. I was at Lifetime last night. We gotta stay. Hey, man, we gotta compete, bro. Hey, ain't you back here in the jungle with me too? You ain't married no more. Shit, you gotta compete with these 20-year-old niggas.
I ain't married, but I'm with one woman. I'm a one woman man right now, man.
Nigga, I know you on camera. Wink, wink.
I'm I'm a one woman man.
Yo, fucking Bernard Hollister over here. No, real quick. I just wanted to ask, and if I can get some feedback in the chat, because I was talking shit with Mike. How many? If you can give me some feedback in the chat, how many people would be into some bike content? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm thinking about. I'm trying to get good at some editing shit. But how many people would be into some dope bike content? Black bikers and shit here in Dallas, shit like that. So that's what I wanted to ask.
I don't know. I would imagine that there are some people who would be into that, especially if you do it right, do it
I mean, this
professionally.
is a balls sphere, right? I mean, niggas is in the cars and fucking motorcycles, I imagine.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. So if you do it, because white boys be doing that junk, and they got the GoPros and all that
Exactly.
set up, and they doing the damn thing. They riding over mountains and all kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I
'Cause
could
there's
see
not a
that.
lot of black bike content out there. I was actually looking at some shit because I'm gonna grab a new bike. So I'm like, it's time to it's time to do some content. So it's not a lot of black bike content.
Hmm.
At least that's good. Like there's some niggas that's got some channels, but they still working with the fucking standard definition cameras and shit.
Oh no, yeah,
But
they got to
you
get
can catch. You want to have like want to have the HD helmet. You want to have little chest straps and shit, so get good pictures. But yeah, I'll let y'all have it. I just wanted to kind of get a feel for that. So
yeah, definitely get that started. You've been needing to get a channel started for a minute, so yeah, if you're gonna do something different like that, I definitely promote you. Get some diversify the space a little bit. That'll be cool.
hey, Roger that. I'll let you be in peace, and I'm gonna call my little brother and have him send you some shirts.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I wear a extra medium, extra medium. Make sure you get the size right. Yeah, extra
Mind the
medium.
peace to the chat,
All right.
PCB.
All right. Captain Sicko in the building says, have you of Creflo I think we have a heard of Creflo Dollar new series on biblical equality in marriage? No, I haven't heard it, but I can imagine it's some bull. I haven't heard it, but I can only imagine that so we have Yas son in the
What's up?
building.
Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead, brother. You got the floor. You got the mic. Welcome to the show. You got the mic.
Oh, thank you, brother, for having me. I was in the chat. I'm using my old. I'm Jonathan. Um,
Right.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to just because I was typing it out, but I wanted to just run it by you real quick because I was hearing what you were saying. And I come from I do communications and in my work and my day job and stuff like that. And I was just wondering, and your guys' opinion, especially yours. You know, when we think about a lot of things that we're seeing, it's really about, you know, I think narratives, right? And it comes down to what the women, the media, and the idea that the women are consuming. And so in my mind, I logically went to, well, why don't we, you know, support a movement or a space, whether that be the Lady Spear or whatever I think some folks were calling it, for those for the women, to to actually speak up and promote the things that which would be beneficial to the Black family and to us in a sense that we would mentor, create, nurture the space. And I know that you mentioned Jessica X and the Crimson Pill and stuff like that, Crimson Cure. And I'm not necessarily like thinking like not just those folks, right? But I'm thinking like it's just overall having just a what I mean by space, I guess, is like a more expanded area for the conversations to happen in the sense that they get comfortable. Women who aren't necessarily combative or willing to get into the trenches are more comfortable with actually speaking their minds on different public platforms such as Twitter, or creating their own vlogs such as an alt to Madame Noir, etc., and the LSA and stuff like that. That's what I was kind of thinking. You know what I mean? So
Wait, back up. Say that last part again about the Madame Noir. You lost me.
so Okay, so my thought is that, and this is coming from, I guess, let me give you some more context. Kevin Samuels had way back when challenged women, to actually speak up and mentor women and call them
Mm-hmm.
out, right? And I noticed that there was response throughout social media where you had the women who were saying, well, we try to, they don't listen to us, etc. But also there was a sizable portion of women that were just saying that they were just flat out scared of being fought and harassed and attacked
Mm-hmm.
physically and verbally, right?
Okay.
And I think that that's where maybe we could come in and provide a sense of security to where they can see that there's a space that they can have those conversations and say those things, and then take that and then create their own platforms that can then counter the stuff that we're seeing in the other visible spaces. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The only thing I can say, you didn't exactly circle it back to what you said about Madame Noir. So,
Oh,
well,
okay. So
well,
what I mean by that is that, like, you would inspire women like in this space by saying like by having this space that would how O'Shea created the
Hmm.
negromanosphere.com, right? So then it would then create hopefully it would inspire some women to then create their own version of those sites such as Madame Noir, etc. Right? To then but those blogs that they would create would then be focused on, countering whatever Madame Noir was saying. That's what I mean, like inspiring alternative media platform. That makes
Yeah.
sense now?
No, no, I understand what you're saying. I do believe that right now we are at essentially the early stages of that kind of already happening. It hasn't gotten to the point to where the black women who are on the side of the manosphere, they don't have their own own magazines or websites or that could rival a lot of the ones that seem to be very pro black feminist. They don't. I mean, there's nothing like that going on. But far as just women speaking up, speaking out, and their channels are growing, basically growing off of this space, so to speak. That's already happening. But it goes back to what I said before. If we're fostering it and we're creating it and we're promoting it, then it's just going to be women with a male audience saying a lot of the same stuff that we're saying. And that's sort of what it is now. And that's not a crime or nothing like that. No, that's not exactly that's not a crime. It's not a terrible thing. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Mhm.
However, the vision that you're talking about is is something that I don't know if in your question you or in your whole brainstorming about it, I don't know if you've stumbled across the solution yet in how they can get a female audience while doing that. I don't
Yeah.
that's what I think
Okay,
that's the key
I see what
factor.
you're saying.
If they're doing that and it's for men, they're really just doing just another spin-off of what we're doing. You
Okay,
see what
okay.
I'm saying? And that's sort of how it will end up happening. But if they could do that and it be for women and it present more or less just like the channels for women, the websites for women, the magazines for women, but
Let me
they're speaking more to like a pro
yeah,
male type of or a
yeah,
pro getting behind the man, a pro male, pro feminine and submissive type of type, type of
I
narrative, so to speak.
yeah, yeah,
If they're doing that and then can get women, that's the hard part. They're doing do that and make it look, feel, and present for women while still technically advocating for men. They could spin it by advocating for men. You're advocating for
yeah.
family and better outcomes for your children, for black people in general. It could get spun that way. It could get talked about that way, and it could possibly work. But there's a lot of legwork in the process of getting that done. But if they do it, and if they're doing it, I do think that the men should support it.
Yeah.
But
And let me clarify something because I see a brother in the chat named Indigenous. He was saying that he's looking for black women. What actually I want to just clarify that I'm not what I guess I'm just to be upfront. Like to me, I'm looking for us as black. Like in this space, what we would do by nurturing it is basically what I mean by that is not only providing like the mentorship and stuff like that, but also the semblance or the protection for them to know that there are safe places for them to talk about family and the way in which like we want to see as a community, right? Because I think that there's really a fear that like I feel as though or like not just feel but like I from analysis and looking at it, I think that a lot of the women aren't really gravitating towards it because they fear being called out or attacked or alienated by other black women and that they don't have a sense of protection
yeah,
from that in
no,
some sort of way,
well, no,
right?
I know what you're saying. They're going to be attacked from the sisters, and to some degree, especially if they come in this space, they may very well
Yeah,
be attacked by some men as well. you
yeah.
know,
And
so there's
yeah,
that, and that's why they don't exactly feel safe. An example that some people may not like, but because I mean it did come back to bite him in the ass a few times. But Game Changer actually does similar to what you're talking about doing. I mean, he's doing it with Melody, to some degree. He's provided platform for her. He helped her grow her platform, and he's helping to uplift a woman who's going to say all the right things. So there's that. So it's already that's why I said it's already at the early stages of being done.
Yeah.
But so it's still I say it's always still a challenge of how do you do that and get women to be the major consumer or viewer of it.
And
So that's
you
that's that's
and
the fact of the
brother.
equation. I do want to pass it to Reese
Okay.
real quick. So just hold your thought a little bit. We'll get back to you. What Sincere Cracking Up says, do you feel Black Manosphere uplifting people or tearing them down to feel superior? It's definitely some of that going on, tearing people down to feel superior. But I think the Black Manosphere does do a lot of uplifting of men. I think it definitely does. It definitely has changed the mindset of a lot of men. I just talked to a man yesterday where he said that he grew up and seeing how Black women talk to Black children and talk to Black men. When he said when he got grown, he got in a relationship and women was talking to him crazy, and he thought that was normal, and that's how women talk to men, and it just is what it is. It wasn't until the Black Manosphere did he, lack of a better way to describe it, manned up and realized, oh, I ain't got to take that bullshit. So the Black Manosphere is definitely helping men, and that's just one example, but it's helping men in a lot of different ways. Tattooed biker babes would take over Black YouTube. Shout out to Sick Lid on that one. A few more people came through with super chat, so I do want to make sure I get to all of them. Hopefully, I didn't miss none. Who we got right there? Good man in the building. He said the solution is to Trojan horse the pick me sphere. Huh. Get a bunch of women to talk about getting the bag. The women audience will go up 100%. And then bait and switch, do a reverse Chrissy. Well, I thought you were going a different route. Kevin Samuels was de facto talking about getting the bag with the whole high value men thing. I think a lot of women came over there on some, oh, he's telling us how to get the bag type of stuff. And then once they got there and that audience grow, I think he so slowly, seamlessly did a bait and switch to where now he's just advocating for men and the everyday brother, and they perhaps don't realize it, or they're getting hit with the reality like, my results have been so bad, and maybe it is stupid for me to be trying to score some high value man when it's too late. Maybe I do need to get a dose of reality. But that's the bait and switch. I didn't know you was talking about a Chrissy bait and switch, but in my view, Kevin Samuels seamlessly did a bait and switch on his audience, and I don't even think they realize it. I need to quit saying that because I don't want that to spread. Because, but I do think he did a bait and switch on him because he's just advocating for the everyday brother and used that high value man as the shiny object that he dangled to lure them in for a real conversation. But number 16, how to get the bag. Make me a sandwich. Right on. Good stuff. Let me see. There's the fear of that. Hold on, good man. I don't want to overlook what you're saying. That is one of the fears in promoting women, especially if they grow a female audience. A lot of them will just switch up because they use men as a vehicle to get what they wanted. Now that they got what they wanted, they doing what they want to do with it. That's pretty much the story of human history, for that matter. So, anyway, women using men to get what they want. That's not an original concept. So that is a fear in doing that. But let's see. All right, we going to my man Maurice November. Shout out to you. Like I say, you was one of my first Patreons, still going strong. So man,
yes, sir. Can you hear me, Bernard?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Beautiful. Yeah, I just wanted to give a little. I won't call it pushback, but a critique on what the brother's mentioning. And when I'm realizing in these conversations that we skip a lot of steps because I think he's referring to like a step 3 or 4. But I've managed a blog for a couple of years, and or I manage a media platform, co-managed with a good partner of mine, and there's a lot of work and resources, money, and time. So I think he's on the right track, but I think before that happens, I think you got to start small and really focus on getting a budget and funding established first before you initiate any type of space for, you call them the pygmies to come, give their opinion in a safe space. The recommendation is to start a blog and then from the blog reach out to other media spheres like Facebook or Instagram. But before you do all that, the recommendation is to find a collective of men, start a very small venture together, see if you guys can work together, see if you guys can generate a certain amount of money together. And then the next step would be putting that money into some type of media space where you can give women the comfort level to come and kind of express themselves. And my recommendation is start with a blog. Go find you some good content writers, pay them, have a budget for that, 1099 it. And if you can do that consistently for 6 months to a year, then you kind of reach out to other spaces. But that's the hard part that no one talks about, that consistency that you need to do that month to month, week to week, and set a schedule up for it. And the results is what I think the brother's talking about. Like it will take 2 years to possibly get to what he's talking about, but it's those 2 years that you need first before you do anything where women will feel comfortable to come into your space to be protected by you, because women are environmental from my observation. You got to just create a safe space for them and they'll show up.
Man, good stuff. Good stuff. Sincere cracking up says, "Why are so many people in the black man? Why are so many people in the black manosphere keep bringing up Kevin Samuels when you can just let your work speak for itself instead?" Well, one is content strategy. Let's make that very clear. If you put Kevin Samuels in a title and a thumbnail, you're going to get more views, you're going to pick up more subscribers, and then the things that you want to say you really want to talk about, you will be talking about it with a bigger audience there. So it's content strategy in doing that. A lot of people grow their channels off talking about other things that's going on in and around YouTube. Shout out to Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, who grew one of the biggest, most popular channels in the manosphere, if we're giving him that title, as in the manosphere, off doing reviews off other people's content. So there is a tactical reason why to talk about Kevin Samuels. And last but not, I mean, it's the hot topic. It is. It's no way around that. So
But
he's gonna get talked about directly or indirectly all the time.
but Bernard, can I ask a question to the audience and for the brother that's making the comments? Give me a
Yeah,
little grace. I'm trying to figure this out. I might be in my feelings right now, so it seems like he's kind of coming at it kind of in bad faith. His comments.
that's true.
Yeah, it seems that way because he's kind of doing soft ad hominems through the comments, but I'm not too sure if I'm seeing that the wrong way. Is that just me or y'all guys seeing that too?
It was a little bit. I mean, I don't know where he be at. I mean, I don't disrespect to the brother because he does super chat my channel, but sometimes they do kind of seem like he be all over the place a little bit. But so I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, that's either somebody not understanding. Excuse me, somebody not understanding how YouTube works, or somebody just throwing some type of shade. I mean, I don't know.
Now,
So it
now
could.
I'll be fair. There are divisions, or I'm gonna call them factions, within the manosphere, which are healthy because the bigger you get, the more you fracture, right? So I think this is not a bug; it's just a feature. The more we
Mhm.
grow, the more factions are going to develop, and everybody's going to have their particular group to kind of belong to. But collectively, we're going to be part of the black manosphere. That's just my kind of idealistic view of how everything is going to go.
Hmm. I'm sorry, I was looking in the chat. Somebody looked like I had a fresh troll that did like everybody. I was trying to see why everybody timed this guy out. But no, but your point, you were generally saying that there's going to be different factions and people that disagree, more or less what you were getting at.
Yeah, I think if you look at other large organizations or how teams or countries fall, you're going to have this division is natural. You're
Hmm.
going to have people who agree to disagree, people who are staunchly against one thing for another. But I think it's healthy. My only thing I advocate is do what you're doing, Bernard. Be respectful. Don't lob. Attack the person's point. Don't attack the person. I see a
Hmm.
lot of brothers going after brothers. Keep in mind, I respect but disagree with a lot of people in the space. But you will never see me go attack them directly. But I do disagree with them.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But thanks for the super chat. Since you're cracking up, you can clarify your point if you wish to do so. The
Bernard, thank you. I
other.
got to get back to work. My break is coming to an end.
Okay,
Appreciate you,
cool.
sir. Appreciate the platform. And Bernard, thank you so much for being in Switzerland in the Black Manosphere. Really appreciate it, bro.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Um, let's see. Jonathan Hempfield. Am I saying that right?
Who, me?
Yeah, your name.
Yeah, can like switch over to Ya, say Yasa, brother.
Okay, you want to go by? Oh wait, okay, you don't want your name.
Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
I call
I
you whatever you
wasn't
got.
like I had to remember that you guys get like attacked and very bad and get docked and stuff like that. So like, I'm trying to think
Okay,
smart right now.
got you. My bad, my
I'm trying to
bad. Yeah,
think smart
yeah.
a little bit
So I
more
call you
smarter.
yeah. Is that yeah? It was small. I
Yeah.
couldn't see it, but yeah. All right, cool. Um, all right, yeah. What's your thoughts on what Maurice or Reese was saying?
No, I think he's right, right? Like in terms of the process that is going to be an act, like it's going to one be a process, and that is going to be a something that folks are going to have to invest in, particularly if that was something that I wanted to see, the change that I wanted to see, that I would have to invest in and create a media platform like that. So I'm in perfect. I took that to heart, right? I guess you know, I guess my initial vision wasn't necessarily like me creating that platform, but creating the environment for the women to feel comfortable of creating that platform for themselves and taking it in the direction that they wanted to. Because, to me, it's I'm looking at what Indigenous TV was saying in the chat. To me, it's more of a fear of alienation, and they don't know that like other women feel the same way as they do around the issue, right? Like I noticed with the hair hats and the bonnets, right? There was like some like almost like a mini civil war going on because there was such a great amount of women, surprisingly a good size amount of women that weren't on the bonnet wave, right? But they were always being drowned out by the and attacked verbally by the women that were on the bonnet wave. And so just having a space to where those women would see like, hey, there's more than just me or a couple or one, two, three, or five. There's like a whole cohort. I think that would inspire them to speak up more, right? And it's
Wait,
not.
hold on, real quick. Dollar Watcher, why you time out Jay the Conqueror? Like he just, I don't see nothing going on that was timeout worthy. Or why did you time out or delete? Why you deleting this message? Let's not. Yeah. You look like you timed him out for no reason. Let's not be unnecessary down there. All right, carry on, carry on.
Oh yeah. So essentially, like, they would see that there were other women like-minded women, and from that, then that would carry forth, in my opinion, the conversation, and start to do the transformative work, like to create their own sphere, own space organically in that sense. And I think that what we could provide, as a manosphere, is just that sense of, and whatever it is, like when we're on Twitter, when we see, are with like quote unquote being called pick me or harassed, stuff like that, and just backing them up. Like what I guess in a sense that can give, I don't know, more a more sense of like, either protection online, or maybe just like letting them know that like, hey, we see you, and hey, we back you, like we're backing you up, and that could, inspire more of them to speak out, I guess, in a sense. And the reality is like from my point of view that, we as men have to uplift and protect the women that we want to, that are on the BS, and that, are on the program, and, and foster those women in a sense. Right. And to the point of the female, the audience, I guess you're right on that. Like in the beginning, it's going to primarily be men, and that's just until the fact that, the women can visibly see, right, and get over their fear of watching or being a part of that type of community that speaks on, you know, that that speaks the way it does, because it's also just the alienation factor. Like, I noticed, some brothers, they knew about the manosphere before I did, but they never wanted to speak about it because they feared like rejection, alienation by, other folks, right? Like they would have certain folks that they knew, and I'm like, oh yeah. When we finally knew, we're like, oh yeah, then we're able to make that connection and then have those conversations offline and in the real world, right? So I think it could be a similar situation with that. So that's where I was coming from. Does that make sense, brother?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying and where you're going with it. And like I've always, and we've touched on this. This has been brought up before, not exactly in the way that you're bringing it up, kind of in a different way. But I think there will always be a sector of men who are going to back up the women who are ultimately doing that. The manosphere is already creating the space for that, just in a very organic way, where women are, like, for example, the woman that I interviewed by the name of Charday, Finger Channel Chess Charday. I haven't been. I stopped in a few times since the interview. It's women like that who are having good conversations from a similar perspective of what you're talking about. She's a married black woman who's having the conversation. I'm sure she would like I don't know if she got a majority female audience or not, but I interviewed her. Okay, hold on. Am I Borgin?
Yeah, you're kind of Borging, but you're back now. You're back
Yeah,
now.
I think it's back. I could tell when it like my screen fluttered. I could tell something went wrong there. But yeah, it's kind of already happening organically. So it's almost like a just wait and see. It's almost like
Yeah.
not. I won't say just a wait and see, because I don't. You do want to be proactive, but I don't know. I guess I'm debating on how much the manosphere needs to push it. I think if it's happening and it's happening in the right way, the manosphere, I think, needs not take a crap on it, and the manosphere can support it. Like I mentioned before, like if what if Kendra D went live and she had 1,000 women in there listening to her, you would have to concede that that's a net positive. Um, I think too many brothers, and probably for good reason, just operate in the fear that we just start promoting women. It's just going to be basically just like the manosphere. Just they just going to have a huge male audience of women just saying the stuff that we
What you're
say,
saying.
thus
Yeah.
women taking over the manosphere. So
Okay,
women.
I can see that, and that's a legitimate fear because of like going back to history, like, and I'm not when everybody sees aware of female nature to the extent that they would do something like that. At least a good some of them, right? So I won't knock that fear and that worry. But continue. I'm sorry, did I cut you off, brother?
Oh no,
I'm
you're
sorry.
good. You're good.
Um, so yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess then, like, yeah, I guess it is kind of happening organically and stuff like that. So I
Well,
guess it
no, wait.
is a way.
Here's my question. Would
Okay,
somebody?
go
I
ahead.
mean, if you think that that's really important, and I can agree with you that it's a factor in an equation. Okay,
Yeah,
it's a natural progression that if we are saying the right things, I think the natural progression is for women to latch on to the message.
of
Well,
course.
if Kevin Samuels is giving the message and giving it effectively, and he has a large female audience, like, so what's wrong with him? I mean, obviously, I don't think you think there's anything wrong with him doing it and him basically leading in that way, where women are ultimately, following or watching or paying attention and listening and tuning in. And so it's men de facto. It's already a man doing it very prominently on a very large
Yeah,
scale. So we
yeah,
already have that. We already have that factor in the equation right there. If more
I,
female channels just sprout up from that, I think that's a good thing, provided that they have a female audience. I just keep circling back to that. The female audience is the key thing. Other than that, it's
I
just
agree.
men. It's just men following women, and they're doing a spinoff of um I don't want to call it cam girl type of situation, but they're just it can just turn into that. So yeah, shout out to Zero. Yeah, there we go. Say it with tips. That's what it's sounding like. So until they figure out how to do this with a female audience, in front of a female audience, and the female audience just like it. It's just going to be women saying with tits the same things that men are saying, but they're doing it in front of a 80% male audience, and that's something that's something that I see no reason why we need to facilitate or push for that. I see no reason at all. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Had to get up and do something. I laugh every time I see somebody make titties out of the parentheses in the periods. But yeah. It'll just turn into. I don't want this to turn into the say it with tits sphere. I don't. I don't
Oh no,
want
that's
that.
why I'm saying that they need to have their own space to where they're talking about their issues. Like, and we wouldn't. And I think another thing too, I just want to put that out there. We probably gonna need to have something other than pick me for these women. Like, and I don't know
Pygmy have
how.
been bastardized. I just saw the video of a woman rapping about being a pygmy, and it was a bunch of skanks twerking and whatnot. Like
Yeah,
so, yeah.
and
Game
yo, that's
Changer
what I
showed me that when I was tripping out.
and yo, that's what I'm worried about. Like they like some of the women, like they would get hip to it and then masquerade as pygmies and use that as a way to still conduct bullshit, right? And so we would need to
It's
develop sort of
already
an
happening. It's already here. They doing that, man. It's already going down. It's already going down.
damn.
Yeah. I mean, well, after this conversation, this is what I'm going to keep an eye on. I'm going to be looking to see the women who are saying things similar because keep in mind, I don't frequent their channels. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
hold on.
But I will try to keep an eye on to see how much of a female audience do I see there consuming the message. Now, men, there's nothing wrong with men supporting women who speaking to our points, but if they're
And I'm
speaking
not.
to our points and they have a male audience, I say leave it alone, let it happen organically.
Yeah,
If they're going to be speaking to our points with a majority male audience, there's no reason why we need to be saying, and we need to push for that. We need to promote them. We need to make them. It's like,
yeah. I guess. Let me clarify.
it's not a
Go
bad
ahead.
thing. I mean, I take that over anti-black male channels, but
Okay.
so that's where I'm at with it. I take that over anti-black male channels, but it's the factor in the equation of how do they grow a female audience, and until that one
Yeah.
is figured out, and I do think Maurice November he kind of touched on it. He kind of touched on it, but until that one is figured out, I don't know. Yeah, I don't. It's not going to have legs like what you're thinking until that hurdle is figured out. Until they can do that, and they could have at least 80% women. But if they're speaking up for men on behalf of men with the 80% female audience, it's going to quickly turn into a 50-50 audience. Like men going to show up, just like how both sexes showed up for Kevin Samuels' show. Both
Mm-hmm.
sexes showed up. But that's a thing. That's a thing. I mean, it'll.
So I guess I got a follow-up question to you for you
Mhm.
then. Um, so what, like, let's say for instance, in the situation to where like best case scenario, Jessica X blows up, other women blow up and stuff like that,
You mean
and
you
they
mean you
create,
mean Jessica X blows up more?
blows up more and becomes
Yeah, you
like
said let's
you know
see
what I mean.
if
Like,
she
no, I'm
blows
not
up,
minimizing.
man. You already blew up now.
Yeah. Well, like I'm saying, like and they expanded their space into being a full-fledged sphere of its own. What would because what I'm thinking in the chat is a lot of people have anxiety around like how the relationship between the manosphere of the men and the women will be, and it's like no one wants the manosphere to be carbon copied by the women saying the same thing as men in the manosphere. Um, and if that makes sense. And so I'm wondering, in your opinion, what would be the best way? Like, what would that relationship look like in a healthy way that promotes what we all want? And
Look, I mean, all right, this is it's turning into. I mean, I appreciate the conversation. Don't get it twisted, and you're the only one that
Okay.
came up, so I do appreciate the conversation. But like I say all the time, some this whole conversation in many ways was a behind the scenes conversation that content creators can have, plan, strategize, and think about what's overall best
Hmm.
for growth of the channel and the overall vision of the space and what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish. Is really a behind the scenes discussion. I mean
Okay, so
I
you
entertain. I
don't
mean,
think that the everyday brother that's living the thing would should be a part of that conversation then?
what do you mean?
Like, cause it like correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I just that just came off as though like the being a part of the movement or like trying to think about the next steps in terms of the movement was something that was to be exclusive to the content creators and not necessarily involve like the greater black men or black manosphere community.
Well, it can involve him. It can, but okay, Edward Jackson for the link. I'm not
Okay,
saying that, that
Anderson. Edward
yeah,
Anderson. Oh,
yeah,
okay, here he comes. Okay, I already know him. I watch him.
yeah. No, it's that dude. It's that dude. No, I'm not saying that people in the audience can't be privy to what we're doing, what the ideas, what the vision is. But at the end of the day, I think you will ultimately see it. Like what you're talking about is a strategic game plan to do a particular thing. When you're talking about a strategic game plan, almost like a play, like like the okay, if this is the play we're going to run, it's like the football coach, the head coach and the offensive coordinator can't talk on the jumbotron with the loudspeakers the play that's going to be ran.
Oh,
You know,
okay. Oh, okay.
it's
Boom,
almost
boom. Oh, my bad. I get you now. Oh man.
yeah,
Okay.
that's more or
Yeah,
less
yeah.
what I
Okay.
was talking about. So
Duh.
sometimes we can end up doing that. Like me,
Yeah,
like for
yeah.
example, the conversation me and Obsidian had when he was talking about okay, Derek Jackson has fallen down, which that was another topic I meant to talk about. His last video got like 9,000 views. Like I'm damn near gonna be doing better views than Derek Jackson if you keep this up. But his last video got like 9,000 views, and well, Obsidian was talking about okay, Derek Jackson's market is in shambles. There's other people doing the whole fake Derek Jackson act, picking up all his subs, and then Obsidian put forth the idea: let's okay, how do we take over? Do we want to how are we going to respond to it? Do we want to take market share of his audience, of Derek Jackson's audience? Should the manosphere be trying to take market share of his audience? Like that conversation
Mhm.
right there, I do think that
That's a behind the
that's
scenes conversation between you guys
yeah,
and your content creators. Yeah,
that's a
yeah.
content
That makes
creator
sense.
conversation, and whether or not we're going to um, go in that direction, and if it's even a good idea to do that to begin with. Let's throw that out there. But that was the notion that Obsidian had put forth, and I was like, we got 400 people in here, and I'm like, this is really a conversation between 7 or 8 or so content creators about whether or not they think that's a good idea or not. Now the audience is unique when it comes to the manosphere because the audience is like the audience here is more important and more involved and more engaged in the ideas, the whole dropping the link, the panel comes up and everybody, talks
Yeah.
and gets their ideas. But some stuff, I don't know, some stuff is, behind the scenes plot plan strategize,
Okay, I'm not against. Let me clarify and say that like my bad. Let me walk some of my stuff back and what I was saying. I think I miss like it was misinterpreted entirely on my end, brother. So I hope I didn't offend in any type of way.
oh no, you didn't offend nothing. It was just an issue of if that's something that we want to do. I don't know. It's kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky. It was borderline sort of what Obsidian was doing one day, and when he was doing it, I was like, "Hey, man, this is a behind the scenes discussion." What you were doing was borderline that, but it was still a good general question. should men support women who are, making similar content to us? Should we, provide safe space for them? Like something like that. That would be the collective group of, content creators and audience in
Yeah.
in that regard. So in that way, it kind of wasn't a behind the scenes discussion, but it can get to that point to where it does turn into a content creator discussion behind the scenes. I mean, but I don't
Yeah.
know, and I don't know. I don't know. I think I think just doing your content, doing your thing, doing what you do is going to happen organically. Women are going to show up just like women be here in my chat room. I don't mind them being here, and they just naturally show up. Is what it is. I don't even know if I'm making sense. I'm kind of rambling right now. We've been
No,
on
you're
this.
making perfect sense. You're making perfect sense. You basically reiterated the point that like, parts of the conversation is like does concern and can have the entire audience and also the content creators, but at a certain point the conversation is gonna go into the weeds to where like only content creators would be like beneficial in those conversations and should be in those conversations because it would be dictating the direction of content, right? And the reality is that like women will show up in these spaces. So no, you're making perfect sense. You're
Yeah,
not
and
rambling.
if they just show up in these spaces, and just pull up a seat, then they're here. Men are still leading and in the position of power and in control. And if they're here, they're um
Okay. So
either
do you I guess
they're accepting, they're in a following position,
yeah,
and
yeah,
we're
yeah. So
yeah.
then
So I
do
don't
you think
I
that we should even have a female minister then? If we want the no, I'm sorry,
These
Ed, were
fucking
you gonna say
women are
something?
getting stupid.
do we
Like
should
they
we have
really
a
are.
you said should we have a female
Yeah,
manosphere? Did you hear? Hold on, just put it in the holster, Ed.
Wait,
Did you hear what you said? Okay, it's one thing to say.
yeah, and that's what I just want to say that's what it is. A lot of folks. One thing is I can tell, and this doesn't matter if it's like an audience member or it's a content creator. A lot of this shit ain't thought through. Motherfuckers be just spitballing shit just see what niggas to say. And this is like one of those
yeah,
conversations that I would ask anybody really think through what you're saying when you say it. It's kind of like
yeah,
when people ask the well, why are we divided question. And it's kind of like, have you ever this is why I kind of, and I'm not even talking about you. I'm just talking about in general because you're not the first person to bring this up. I'm like, I would ask, I respond in a certain way because I'm like, yo, have you even really pondered what you're asking, or is it just something you're just throwing up on there just to kind of have something to say, with that divided question or with this question? The thing about it is there is a variety of factors. They're all working at the same time when you ask that question. First things first, every content creator has the right to do their channel the way they want to do it. Whether they want to have women, not have women, do more of a talk show style like how Bernard does, um, or Roger does, or have a style more like Ramil, which is a little bit different. Ramil Fantastic Content, or something like me, which is more vlog style, or somebody like O'Shea, which is more like high end, or high end on the radio side with Obsidian. Um, Everybody is gonna do shit different. They're gonna be slightly different. I know O'Shea talked about how one of the reasons why he lets women talk when he does interviews is because if he goes back and forth with them, he said, I'm cussing their ass out. Because as soon as they say something I don't like, I'm not Kevin. And I and that made sense to me where I didn't know. I always wondered why he did that, why he like let people like he was doing soft shoe interviews, but he explained it. And a part of it too is there's a business component to this too. So there's a variety of things that are working here, and I think people look at this like we're like a political movement, and they wanna project that onto the manosphere, and that's the biggest issue too. Black men got to stop projecting like their hopes and dreams onto us. We're just motherfuckers just like you. And what happens is people will do that, and if things don't go the way that they want, they start to get angry. And then they turn into trolls. Then they turn into wanting to expose people, bring people mama in the shit, like weaponize stuff, doxing people. Like that admiration turns into hate really quick. Now, obviously, that's not the majority of us, but Obsidian talks about those anti-socials. Well, that's where that becomes important. As far
Mm.
as behind the scenes, I don't even think it's that big of a deal. personally. I don't even think it's that big of a deal to take it behind the scenes, like because we're not organized in that way. And I don't give a damn that the white boys are or whoever is, or that the dating group, the dating
But
coaches
hold
that
on,
tell
but
black
Ed,
women what their money future
taking it
are.
behind the scenes, that's what gets it organized. It's not it just spitting it out on a
Like
panel.
I said before, Bernard, if you don't have money or clout, like Kevin could probably pull something like that off, but maybe I would even say O'Shea could. I would even may say maybe a mediocre tutorial. The truth be told, if you're not knocking over like 100,000 subscribers, you don't have the clout to enforce shit. And if you ain't got money, you ain't got the money to. So I've seen that happen with the commission, and I've seen that happen too many times where dudes do that, and those dudes end up becoming enemies. It's not the first time that's happened. Because dudes start having this Luciferian complex where they all want to be the head nigga. Some dudes start growing faster than others. It never works. It never works because the truth is no one person has the power to enforce like benefits or penalties. Like
Yeah.
in that you have to have that component. You especially dealing with black men and all that. Oh well, it can work. Ideally, it never works. And some dudes may need to do that and see it blow up in their face so they realize that. But on this shit, it's too many dynamic factors. That's why I always seem to kind of low key rebel against that. Because truth be told, we're not on the same ideological page enough to be doing that. There's business involved. Some people don't care about the money as much as others. They care about more of the message than the money. And so it's too many ways for that to blow up. And it ain't no contract. All dudes got to do is say F it.
Hmm.
Look,
Yeah.
okay, so let me
I mean, it is, I've been here long enough. It
what
happens. I mean,
benefits
a
men
lot of
in
the
life
new folks
having
don't see
women.
that. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So to the brother, I'm gonna work backwards to the brother P dot. I think that what I'm not discounting or like arguing necessarily like the benefits of having women in the individual women in the Black Manosphere. I'm saying that just my position is, or what I'm like bouncing off of Bernard is the idea that um we help foster a space for women themselves in their own area, right? To do then have those conversations to make pick me or whatever, a space for that to be safe for them to then go out and be in other visible spaces like Twitter and blogs, stuff like that, to become a counter narrative to what the
That's not
sisterhood.
gonna work. The best way you do to deal with that is build art spaces. The main prerogative is to build black male media. And I'm saying this like I say this for example. My channel's not a big channel. It's only 4,000. But if I see a woman that's speaking towards things that I like, Love Dorsey an example, which is way bigger than me. Nurse Nerd is an example. You know, Crimson Cure is an example. I share those videos. I share those people. I say, hey, this is somebody, and I tell them why, not just to support the women. Some of these chicks, they need to hear it from other women. Pink
And that's
Book
my
Less
point.
is another one. And so what you do is you refer to the links. But this idea of building spaces, that's too much energy taken away from us. That's too much opportunity cost. You build black male spaces, and then if we see somebody that we like, we can then forward them in the chitlin circuit that is our space, whether it's Kevin, whether it's O'Shea, whether it's mediocre. Mediocre would not have got a Shahrazad Ali if he wouldn't have built his space. So no, we do not worry about building. The best thing, if you want to share videos of women that you like, fine. But fostering a space just for them, women have advantages in social media over men. They're more on this motherfucker. They're more social. They put their money out quicker. And too many dudes will invest in women only for them to turn on your ass. And I'm not saying that that always happens, but a lot of these, like even women like Cynthia G got a whole bunch of dudes behind them. Her. She's got 65,000. So I get it. It sounds good. But if somebody that's been in this space for like 8 years is like listener and all that and seeing all this stuff, that does not end well. Like it just for instance, Jessica didn't need nobody to foster her. She pretty much showed up. And then she was able to take the audience that she had based on what people were saying, like what she was saying, how she engaged, and then she went after those females, and then she was able to pick off some of those women because she's a woman that can speak on that. But us constantly fostering that and duplicating that, no, no, that's no, 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 no. We don't like it's just like how Jessica came up. They come in here, they make Crimson Cure, same thing. They come in here, they make sense. We promote them, but it's a case by case basis. Not no, we need the foster environment. Now, I have been in favor of what I call a purple pill space, but that would be first and foremost for the guys that want to get married, and you can't tell them nothing about not getting married. So it creates a space in which we can then have arguments more about vetting dudes that are married, that's been married, dudes that have more credibility to speak on that, and that will separate it from the red pill space. And I think women will have a better involvement in that because that'll allow us, I think, to do some things that we couldn't ultimately do in a straight red pill space. But that still ultimately serves the men and the men that can speak to that content. That doesn't serve the women. And also, it just depends on, too, I'm going to say this and I'm done. If you have this mentality that everything you do is to bring black people together and save the community, a lot of black men don't have that mentality. A lot of black men believe that people are going to ultimately do what the fuck they want to do, and you have to let Darwinism take its course, whether that creates a black community or not. Because ultimately, me personally, there is not going to be this magic thing, this understanding that makes black people come together. It's just not. It's just not. And some people, they're just going to hope against hope until the end, and I understand that. But there's nothing you're going to tell these females that hadn't come off some of the shit that they're on. There's not. But anyway, that's just me.
Right on.
No,
Good
thank you
stuff.
for your input, Edward. I guess like the I guess my overall vision for the thing is essentially like, and what you bring up a great point about how Jessica X just naturally came into the space and then doing the referral process and creating focusing on the black men and the manosphere, and then having them come in and do that chitlin circuit thing. I guess to me, I guess my mind was like, how do we get to a point to where we can foster a counter narrative to the BS that we see with feminism and other
We're
things like
already
that,
doing that.
right?
We're
That's
already doing that, and as a result, you have other channels. Like what we're doing now is why you see those channels. You
yeah.
have a Chantel Simone, you have a Nurse Nerd, because we basically took all the arrows and cleared the field so that they can set up shop in their own
That
way.
that's
And then what
exactly
I'm
what I
Exactly.
was saying. It's we've already at the early stages of not fostering or creating a space, but those channels, they wouldn't be popping up here and there like the Charde girl that I had on my show, Nurse Nerd. Those channels wouldn't be popping up had we not
yeah.
already basically did the grunt work basically. Well, I guess my question for them is why do you think that we need to I guess I'm just trying to fully understand, why do you think we need to foster the space? Like, yes, it's good for women to step up and speak to women. Yes, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Um, I guess
Well,
I'm not fully understanding the
I mean, I
we
understand. No, I
go
completely
ahead.
understand why he's bringing it up, but it's because people. If I'm not saying you're brand new, but when they come to this space and they see certain things happening, especially when they're coming to this space in real time, because things are moving a lot faster than what it was before. A lot of what the space used to be, and Zero can speak to that too, is us predicting shit and us showing news articles and stuff that basically proves our point, but it was very, very small things, not like massive articles. You have to really dig deep. See, now you see so many things happening in real time. You see like people mentioning people's names, motherfuckers calling people things that are like famous, some of the bigger. You used to think, okay, you can move this stuff forward. And the logical conclusion is, well, if we're the ones that are in the right, then we can facilitate women to basically, so now it's men and women versus all of the women that are like, basically are about division versus this unity. I understand the process and the emotional process that goes along with that. The counters that I'm having is, I've seen how that works, and the way we're doing it now is the best way to do it based on what I've seen happen. And like I said, I am cool with. I've made jokes with Nurse Nerd and Chantel Simone, because they're both Jamaicans, Jamaican descent, saying do that Jamaican connection thing, little things like that, so they talk to each other. But ultimately, I get where he's coming from with it. I'm just telling you, it's been tried before, and
and the best way that we're doing it is how
we've
you're
been
doing it right
bitten
now.
because of it. Yeah, because Chrissy, in many ways, Chrissy was not built by the manosphere, but 1.0 did that. When SWP used to have them honest conversations with Chrissy, and I always knew Chrissy was gonna go bad. I always knew that. Some of these women, you can tell from the jump. That's why I don't really worry about that much. But once they build their channel, some of them will switch up on you because then it becomes more about business and catering to black women and their bullshit drives views a lot more than
Yep.
solving a problem. And so y'all don't have that foresight because y'all haven't seen it's not even haven't seen it. I get the whys, and I'm not trying to throw a wet blanket over stuff because just because something didn't work before doesn't mean it won't work now. But I'm always careful. I say, look, I don't think we do enough to build our stuff. There's way too many new niggas coming into this space that's getting a lot of views and a lot of showing just off uploading other people's content. And there's also some really good people that's coming into this space that we honestly, because one of the advantages we have is they may get views, but we get viewership. So we have something to offer them. And so you got people that got some new subscribers, they come to our stuff. We're expanding our focus amongst the new channels that are being built. I'm talking about the male channels. I don't see that nowhere near enough. So there's plenty of things we could be doing to still build our stuff. And then if individual channels want to sit there and foster certain people, well, you can always go back and do that. But you're doing that from a much more leveraged position versus if we sit there and we divert our resources to helping women, they don't have to do what you say or they can switch up on you. Just like how these niggas be switching up on folks. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I guess you guys made great points, and now and I just wanted to say that I was just bouncing it off, right? And you were kind of in the
How
right
old are
way.
you,
There
by
was
the way?
huh?
How old are you, by the way?
Me, I'm 24.
Okay. So yeah, man. So you're like a bleeding edge millennial / zillennial. So yeah, man, that's another thing. A lot of y'all younger dudes need to start creating channels. The zillennials got to speak for themselves because we're millennials. We can speak for our shit, but we can't really speak for the fuckery y'all deal with or with how you all go about dealing with it. So shout out to Hammer, shout out to Joe. That's what I'm more interested in. The building out, if anything, building out the younger brothers because y'all can speak to the motherfuckers that are teenagers because y'all have a different experience than what we have because you all grew up in this social media 2.0. See, me and Bernard, we grew up, and I'm not even talking about necessarily you in general, but I'm saying pay attention to the guys that are your age. That's what I'm saying, and
Yeah.
promote them because me and Bernard, we grew up in a transition. So social media, we didn't grow up. We grew up with payphone. Bernard, you got to be my age, at least my age is 34. Payphone
I'm
still
older than
existed.
you.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking
I
about.
remember
So you more
payphones.
so
Yeah.
than I did. So you grew. So we weren't imprinted with social media. Social media. We were just like one of the first ones to be able to take advantage of it. Like I was right there on the edge. Because remember, YouTube got started in 2005. Black YouTube really didn't get put online until really 2008 and 9. This is when motherfuckers want to act like Tommy Sotomayor created fucking YouTube, which I fucking hate that shit. I hate that because there was a lot of 1.0 people around. It was just he's the one that popped. But whatever, I'm not gonna get on that. But my point is, um, I was in high school. See, y'all were like in middle school and came up in like the 2010s and something. So y'all only know this stuff. Like I'll give you a perfect example. Like I wouldn't like most high schools have what like 1,000 kids, 500 kids. It depends on the region, the area. You know who's the most popular kids in school, who's the most football players, basketball players, people with money, whatever. I didn't deal with a situation. We network with those folks either based on proximity where you live or based on sports. That's what combined the schools. Y'all had a phone. We ain't know nothing about no laptop at a school or a tablet at a school. Are you serious? All of y'all had this stuff, this technology, like it. And now my youngest brother is actually your age. He's like a year older than me. He's like 25, so he's right there around your age. So I get it because I saw this through him. It's stuff that he went through in school where you all were networked with these females. So if you were a popular person, you had access to multiple schools. If you were somebody with money, a nice car, you had access to all the schools in the area. You didn't just have access to like just your school. So that's a
True.
completely different environment. We
All
can't
right.
speak to that as well as y'all could. That's what I'm saying. So that is what I'm more interested in actually pushing the younger guys out there than and the females will come. The females are gonna come. The females will come anyway.
Wizard X in the building with the super chat says it is simple. If you want to build female spaces and have influence, do what wealthy do to politicians. You have to make them dependent on you. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that.
Exactly.
Capistico in the building. Tell Edward that Creflo dollar will bring the black community together. Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat.
Brian.
Leo Anthony in the building said, I disagree with Ed about wanting to get married is purple pill. It the mindset you have going into marriage. If you're aware and prepared for any loss you may take, that's red pill. To avoid marriage entirely is more black pill. Thank you for the $20
No, not the
super
definition
chat.
of it.
We ain't gotta debate that right now. That's a whole nother show. But shout out to Leo
Well,
Anthony.
people be trying to redefine. Well, I get that, but people be trying to redefine shit. And to get married to a woman is to be vulnerable to a woman, and that's based on the legal framework of marriage. So you are putting your trust in a woman to a point where you're exposed if she goes bad on you. So by definition, that is what makes it purple pill. It is a purple pill act. I get you can be red pill minded and be smart about it. I acknowledge that. But at the end of the day, you are putting your trust in a woman, which is why selecting them and vetting, Think and Grow Rich, the most important decision you're gonna make is who you select as a mate.
Yeah.
But we can agree
Yeah.
to disagree. It is what it is.
Yeah,
He gets
I
it
mean,
enough.
I like that. I like that you acknowledge, like, you can. Red pill is just having a understanding of a true picture of reality. You can understand that true picture and then still take a risk. So technically, you could say that you're still red
Just like
pill.
investing.
Yeah.
It's just like investing. And I'm not big on trying to tell somebody who they are. If they get the understanding of you want to be aware and be smart with what you do and understand the value of your trust, which clearly he understands, that's
Mhm.
fine. And there's dudes like I don't agree with dudes that believe in yelling at niggas to not get married. I think that's a waste of energy. You put the information out there, they
Mhm.
take it, they don't. You gotta give these dudes enough respect as a man to make an educated decision based on what they want to do.
Right on, right on. Shout out to you for the $20 super.
I want 150,000. But we can start out of court right now for $20. Man, get your
Appreciate the $20. Appreciate the $20. Sick lid in the building says, shout out to the lead attorney. Have these fee fails sign a prenup and a post-nup. Shout out to you and shout out to the lead attorney who's been killing it over there on his channel.
Yeah.
Shout out to the lead attorney doing great work
He got an
over there.
interesting color palette, man. His color bright.
Yeah, I know. Fuck
Hey, lead attorney, what
appeal.
you need to do is do a review on the documentary Divorce Court. I would love that. Divorce Court. You know that? Do you know that documentary?
No, I don't know.
Oh God, Divorce Court. It talks about the money behind. Man, you got to check that out.
Yeah,
and it don't even bash women. It basically tells you how to. Yeah, go ahead. Anyway, I'll see an email on it if I find like a free copy of it.
Theo Wolf said purple pillars got the red pill stuck in their throats and they can't be found in the matrix. Oh well, too bad for them. Purple pillars got the red pill stuck in their throats.
Yes, I don't.
I see what he did there. That's funny. What he did, where he put that. See what you did there.
Yeah, I get it, but the thing about it is, dudes have this need to want to convert purple pill dudes to red pill. I mean, I believe, like I said, you got to let people come to stuff in their own time. That's because if you take you for example, Bernard. I'm not saying you're purple pill, red pill. I'm not saying that. Let's just say you're common sense pill. Let's say that. If I sit there and I take my beliefs, no matter how right I am, and I just keep on forcing them, like trying to take a square peg and pushing in a circle, you're gonna see, okay, well, you don't you may be right, but it's almost like you can't account for other variables. Like you can't be, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna bring up certain people, but I've seen you push back on certain people, including me sometimes. And if you just only thing you know how to do is just go one gear, people are gonna question that, and they'll question it anyway. But you have to account for some people need time. Everybody does not have the same experiences. Like for instance, if you grow up, I'm not even trying. This is not about Obsidian, but there's actually a lot of content creators in Philadelphia, Donovan Sharp, George Macon, whatever. But if you're in a city that is as black as Philly, you're just gonna have a different experience than if you're in like Los Angeles. And you have to take that into or Miami. You have to take that into accountability with certain people's worldview. And I'm not saying that makes them wrong. I'm just saying you have to. I'm not saying you got to know where people's from, but you gotta understand that even if you don't know that, that's a variable. So you can't be so stringent on what you believe to where that's the only thing that can exist. I mean, you're just not
No,
gonna
yeah,
have people.
no, and sometimes that's my problem with the people who look. Even though like I totally respect somebody who's saying, you know, don't get married. I'm never getting married. I don't think people should do it. Like the people who say that, that's fine. I get it. I get it 100%. And there's some internal logic in their position. But if a man says, I want a family and I want children and I don't want to be a baby daddy, okay, now it's some nuance there to where his situation, his goals, his values, his wants, his hopes, his dreams, all everything that he's talking about is something different. For some men, yeah, having a traditional family is something that's valuable. If that's not valuable to you, it makes no sense to be trying to
And the
convert
way, and
some
yep, and
grown
the way
ass 35, hold on, some grown ass 35-year-old man who wants a family to try to convert him to live in some free agent lifestyle that he got out his system from 19 to 30. It's just like,
and
is the man equipped
exactly.
with all the necessary information? That's
And
the only
that's
thing I
where,
want to
and
know.
you automatically flip to things like, okay, we're going to continue this conversation or charge it to the agree to disagree route. We're going to continue the conversation. Me, as somebody that sells information, is like, okay, cool. You told me what you wanted. So, in the ethical way of what helped you, I'm going to focus on, okay, vetting. If I'm gonna still have a conversation with that person, then the conversation becomes, especially, it's a difference between if they kind of are not sure about it versus people that are sure, and you got to gauge that. But if they're sure, then it becomes like, how can you protect yourself and win? So, do you understand what can happen, what is statistic behind it happening, and then how to avoid it? Like for instance, betting. If your girl comes from a family of single mothers, you're a fucking idiot if you believe that she's not gonna become like that. Now, see, that I will stand on. That I will stand on, because at that point it's like, okay, well, you trying to be a crash test dummy. Another thing too, if somebody's already married, I'm not gonna be big on them telling them they shouldn't be married, because you got dudes that'll take it that
Oh
far.
my goodness,
They
yeah, that's when it just get real stupid for me. Somebody who's already married. He already married. He got kids.
you
Why are you
purple pill
sleeping with this
motherfucker.
man? Now, I will say this. Sometimes you do get some married dudes that, shout out to Gabe A. He'll hop on a panel and say some very blue pillish things. It's like like, no, come on, Gabe. I respect your marriage. I respect your family. I respect that I respect all of that. But don't try to spin us. No, don't try to tell us some bullshit. Don't try to tell us that we not making sense when we're saying this
Well,
is
that's
something to be
different. That's called
legitimately.
selling. That's called selling narratives. That's
Yes.
called selling narratives, and that I will call out. It's like, look, you're trying to sell a narrative, and then that's when you got to usually dig into somebody's background, because usually that there's a reason that their narrative is validated. Like ultimately, me, I'm not so much against marriage as I'm saying the laws need to be updated. And people want to say, well, what are men doing to update? Fuck that. Men are not the ones that want to. Men are not the ones. Look, men may want to be married, but men are not the ones that are like slitting their wrists to be married. That's Women are the ones that stand to benefit from marriage more than men. Men just want to do it more. Well, at least in the context of the black community. So it's really on. That's the only thing that where I could see like talk about that hospice shit would have validity. Is it's on the women to want to adjust that. See, when women want something, they'll fix those laws to make it right to incentivize it. Like just so as far as I'm concerned, men are not going to jump over the river and through the woods. No, women need to make them laws updated because women are making more money. That's why the way I sell it is, look, you need to have breadwinner right, and that's gender neutral. So Sherry Shepherd and all these women that get mad when they got to pay a dude out. What's her name? Holly Berry too. See, breadwinner rights.
They
And by the
never
way,
gonna
that
fight.
opens them up to date, huh?
They not gonna. Well, they not gonna fight for that for two reasons. One, they just naturally don't want to. The average woman, the majority of women, don't want to marry a man that makes less. So they're not going to fight for the right to not get screwed over if they do something that they don't want to do anyway.
Even that's true, but still, when you got women, but if you want dudes to actually come to the table with marriage more and take that risk, you have to acknowledge it. And for the most part, black women in particular still don't even acknowledge that black men are taking a risk. They think they're the ones taking the risk, and it's crazy to me. And so you can't really have a conversation with that. It's like, okay, well, you haven't really suffered enough for your head to be like where it needs to be. It's kind of like when you go to war. I'm not saying to go to war with women, but like, and when you go to war with a country, you usually have, the terms that are dictated, and maybe before you go to war, you try to dictate the terms. And the terms may be bullshit. It was just like what we did with Iraq, right? Well, the terms may have been bullshit, but we gave chances, and then he didn't want, Saddam didn't want to do it, so we did it, and then the diplomacy happened after. That's how war works. But the same thing with negotiations in business. Sometimes if a business situation, like, there's a perfect example with Yahoo, where Yahoo had the opportunity to buy Google for like a ridiculous number. I think it was like under 100 under like a billion, then a little bit of over a billion, and Yahoo kept saying no because at the time they were Yahoo. Long story, like, you look this up, you'll hear. Long story short, Yahoo was at its peak because during the dot-com boom, it was like one of the strongest. Obviously, it didn't end up being what it is now, and then Yahoo ended up getting sold for like hardly any money compared to what it was worth at its peak. The point, so just like that, when it comes to this situation, people are in different advantages. BGS talks about this when he talks about how these millennials are very indifferent. Now, you got certain people that's going to question that. Look, if they can offer the evidence, I'll allow them to offer the evidence and we'll take a look at it. Because to be fair, nobody's really offered, well, evidence. So it's anecdotal. So I'll give it that. But until that's offered, as far as I'm concerned, these millennials are not playing. They're dating what they want. They're not as race loyal. So it's kind of like Yahoo. Then when you look at automation, then when you look at how much the price of pussy going down because it's being more mainstream, when you look at all of these factors, dudes are not giving a fuck because they already lost the stepdaddy insurance program. That's what the Xers had that the millennials didn't have. They're making prostitution legal in certain areas, so they're becoming like Yahoo. And then the question, and you're gonna have some dudes that are gonna Boyce Watkins it up and be like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna be a crash test dummy." But for the most part, dudes are starting to understand their value and they're starting to demand more. And that's really what women are getting upset about. And the problem is, other women are going to fill those needs. Now, whether black men want them or not is irrelevant. What's relevant is if that option is on the table, that option makes it harder for them to demand shit. Because eventually, people are going to take that option. Like, eventually, human nature is just going to run its course, especially, and this is one thing nobody takes into consideration. When you look at the gentrification in a lot of these cities, people are being forced together. And proximity is the biggest indicator of who you're with, not necessarily race. So, so you look at a place like California that's been gentrified up again. Motherfuckers ain't going from one side of the town to the other just to find a female that's gonna have an attitude. They're dealing with what's around them. You go to cities like, and black populations getting lesser and other populations getting more. So if you may not see it immediately, but, and I'm not even saying like I hope this happens. I'm telling you what the forecast is. Now, whether you want to believe it or you want to say, fuck me, what do I know? That's your prerogative. But remember, you go back 8 years ago when we talked a lot of this shit. If anything, we were off by how long it would take. A lot of this stuff accelerated before COVID, and COVID just, yeah, COVID, we're like 7 years ahead of what a lot of us predicted would happen.
All right. What's going?
Huh?
No, this chat room funny. This chat room is funny. They got the jokes. They got the jokes.
Well, they can
But
have it. They can have the jokes all they want to. I mean, remember, if you
but
got dudes that are married, they really don't have a dog in the fight. To be honest with you,
no,
so
it
you can
wouldn't.
listen to them if you want to. They're not really in the
Oh no,
firing
no, that
squad.
wouldn't
So
with the that wouldn't with the jokes about. It was a lot of Hurricane Edward jokes. A lot of Hurricane
well, yeah,
Edward
you
jokes.
know, I go. I
But
mean, I go
it
in, but
is
at
what
the
it
end
is.
of the
Is what
day,
it is.
am I wrong?
Um, excuse me. Sorry about the jab I threw at you, Gabe. Got nothing but respect for you, but I had to find an example of somebody who's married, who I respect. A married man and his family and situation. But when they try to, don't you've at one point or another tried to sell
In
a
the
blue
booth.
pill or two on a panel, but no big deal, no big deal. Uh, but shout out to Gabe, definitely respect him. I mean, when I talk about one of the things that I definitely stand for, I do want black men raising their children and leading their families, and that's how it's supposed to go. So I have to respect a married man, but don't. But I will criticize. I will criticize the married brothers among us if they start denying some of the obvious realities of some of the things that are said here. There's some married men that do acknowledge. I mean, hell, Mr. Palmer is married, but he's not going to deny reality on some of the stuff. Some of the stuff, a lot of the
Oh,
stuff that
damn.
we talk about. Like that's an example right there. Somebody who's very red pill and married. So there's a
Mr.
thing there.
Palmer is the George W. Bush of the manosphere.
Yeah, shout out,
So
shout
we
out,
gonna get these terrorists.
shout out to Mr. Palmer. Man, we've been all over the place, covered a number of topics. We're gonna keep it rolling, probably another 15 minutes. Yeah, somebody's talking about that stepdaddy insurance program. I like that. Yeah, that's how a lot of them
Mm.
that's how a lot of them operate. It's almost like they
I
bank
got
on.
to know. I got another quick one for you. This chick inspired this today, so I got to give her credit. I was like, man, you females in these black woman isms, and I was like, yo, that's a good one. That's a good, really politically correct way to say it.
Black
Black
woman
woman,
ism.
being black. Yeah, like well, we don't get married because we're getting abused because y'all don't make enough money. Like top 10 black woman is.
Mm-hmm. Right on. Yo, Yas, if that's your name. Yeah, you ain't said nothing in a while. You got anything you
Oh,
wanted to
me, I'm just
add?
listening. I was listening. I guess I was, I'm not married or anything like that, so I don't know. But I think that, in terms of making sure that folks get the right information, I think that that would be important because I do like for myself speaking, like I was raised upon this concept to where like everybody was telling me that like, oh, the right pathway was to get married and get a job and stuff like that, and then not telling me and filling me in on female nature, and I had to pretty much do trial and error to figure out what female nature is and what the relationship would and how marriage could really impact me and mess up my future, right? If I did went about it a wrong way, right? And those risks and weighing that. So I think this is just like very important that like for younger folks, for young black men that like you people put out the right information about what that actually entails and what that means, right? And then letting them know that like but there isn't like far more because in like what I'm seeing there is just more thoughts than wives, like there like is a very high shortage of actual wife material, right? And it seems as though like my generation of black women don't have the self-awareness to see that even what they're doing is wrong or would impact or why it would impact them in a negative way, right? And so that's a whole nother thing to navigate to if you're going to pick a partner. Like the girl I'm talking to right now, like luckily I think that she would be in the pick me category and stuff like that. But the reality is it's like, like you would have to do some sort of like, I think mental investment because you're gonna be going up against once again those narratives of the sisterhood and also all the other women that are on the BS that aren't self-aware or conscious of why, what they're doing is wrong. And so basically I don't know, like it's kind of weird, like being a father figure and telling them what the fuck is wrong and why it's wrong to do that stuff and how that might impact, my image and our legacy as a family. If any of that makes sense, that's what I'm thinking about right now. So I'm
Why you
just
say you think
quiet.
your girl is a pick me or in the pick me category? Why do you say that?
No, I think she is, right?
Yeah, no. Why do you
Um,
think she is?
oh, like for me, I've just been like I'm an observer, right? And I analyze, and I like to do it over an extended period of time, right? Just to point out consistency. So I like when I mean pick me, like if like, and I guess I'm going to use Kevin Samuel's terms, like FBI, right? She does have that that overall framework, right? But the reality is that, like, females are going to do what females do, and like female nature is like, just a constant, universal constant. And so for me, I guess it's not like I'm saying that
Is
she's
her
a good.
parents married? Well, let's ask a simple question. She got a dad in her life.
Yeah, she has an older father.
Okay, but a father. Okay. They
Yeah,
raised her. Okay. Is
yeah, and
she?
she was
Is
married.
her parents married?
Huh? Yeah, they're married.
Okay. That's the type of questions we're asking, like tangible, like check boxes.
Okay,
Because if
okay.
you would have said all that and that,
Like the
I mean, that
framework
wouldn't
of
have been the
okay,
case. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
like those are simple. Like those are simple things, and I would even go as far as to say, is other like if her parents got like aunts and sisters and stuff, are they married? I'd even do that if you're really looking at like those are tangible things because they can act how they act, and then they stop acting that way. Also, ask questions like, "Do you feel like a woman chooses the father for children?" Learn how to bring stuff up in a way where you're not interrogating her, but you're observing her answers. You know, even if it's you or if it's somebody else that's doing it and you're around, that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'll let you finish. I personally hate the term pick me. I think pick me is just another word for nigga lover. That's how I interpret it when people
Damn.
say it. Yes, I said that in the chat. That's exactly because that's how women use it. When they call a woman a pick me, they're saying you're a nigga
Wow.
lover.
I didn't even look
Yeah,
at it like that because I didn't associate swirlers. Like if swirlers are calling somebody a pick me just because they calling if a swirler is calling a black woman a pick me because she likes black men, then you are absolutely right. She is de facto
when have you
saying
heard a
nigger
swirler
lover.
being called a pick me?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When you've heard any woman called a pick me other than women that like black men? We know what we call white women that like black men. They're called nigger.
Well, no. I know I've heard black women who date black men, but w- they don't want to do they want to do it on their terms and their rules and how they run it. They date black men, but they still got the strong independent, don't need no man. I ain't cooking for no man. I ain't cleaning for no man. I ain't doing this for no man type of attitude. They still will call another black woman a pick me because she's saying, no, I do want to serve my man. I want to treat my
That's
man
but
right. I do want to fuck.
that's not necessarily. I get what you're saying, and that's correct, but that's not necessarily the same. Because let's be clear. You know, if you're a dude, then that's a concubine. What they want is a concubine. They want some dick. They don't want a man. You know, they want a concubine. That's what they want. The women that are acting like that. They you know
I first heard pick me getting used by black women who mess with black men, or I assume mess with
yes,
black men, but they're
there is no such
criticizing a
thing
black
as a
woman.
pick me. Yes,
They're
because
criticizing black. Hold on, real quick. They're criticizing black women who want to treat black men the way that men generally like to be treated. That's where the pick me started from
yes,
my perspective.
yes, because think about it. What why
Oh
do
wait, y'all can hear
women
that buzzing?
call
I think there's some sort of like fuzziness, electric static.
Damn, that happens when Ed talks. I thought that was just my speaker doing that. Wait, hold on. Let me see if
take
I could
my
fix it.
headset out because that may be the head. Can
Yeah,
y'all
there
still
it is.
hear it?
It stopped. Yep, it stopped completely. Yeah, we
All
can
right.
hear it now. Go ahead.
So okay, so understand that there's a difference between like I get what you're saying, but my point is that's the difference between a concubine, meaning you only want a man for sex, and actually wanting a man for what a man is supposed to do. And so they have this is why I tell you the gynocracy exists because they have to reinforce their position. So it's a way to shame women because women that are quote unquote pick me's all this crap that they like to use, just like how a white woman may like to date black men, but a white woman is not necessarily going to let a black man walk all over them. It's the same thing with black women that are quote unquote pick-me's. These are not women that necessarily let men to tell them jump off a damn roof and okay. That's just not how black women are built. But if you're what I've heard black women be called pick-me's that are not even really that agreeable with black men. You know? So it's a word that's designed to shame, just like how calling a white woman a nigga lover is designed to shame them. And so that's how I hear it. I've never said this, but that's how I hear it when it's stated, you know. And so I get that people want to use the word and say, oh, well, let's call, women pick-me's or what you want. But the reality of the situation is it's still effective at really a quick way to tell women this is what you don't want to be. So honest, and it also makes the women that are not like that, it makes them seem like they're the normal ones, which they're not. So when Obsidian talks about that antisocial shit, if you're a black woman and you call other black women pick-me's, I get that like Jessica X uses it in a way that just talks about like kind of like what I'm talking about, not necessarily calling women nigga lovers, but if you use it in a derogatory shaming way, yeah, you're probably antisocial. And we're just talking about women that want to be simps. That's BS because that's bullshit. Because the women have sexual access, men don't. So women don't have to give up that much to get that. So that's not the same thing. So using it in the same context, that's what they hide behind. But no, that's essentially what they're saying. They're calling black women nigga lovers.
And it makes sense too when you think about it from a perspective of like, that they're against black men, right? If you think about it from that standpoint, like they're against the black patriarchy, they're against black manhood in general. And so, you like those black men, you are therefore like, you're a nigger lover, right? So it does make sense. Yep. And it like from the like if it was from the white perspective, the same thing. It's like it's a symmetry between white supremacy and black womanism. It seems like.
Yeah, because all these women, because trust me, all these women that talk about you got to break this gynocracy and words matter. So when using words like a woman being agreeable with a man means that a woman sees that logic to be sound. I mean, look, Bernard's pretty agreeable with generally what I say, but if I say 1 + 1 is 5, he's not going to go along with that. The logic I say is sound. Even in this conversation, I had to re-explain it, but he didn't just go along with what I said. I don't expect the woman to follow me over some dumb shit. I don't expect that. If my logic is not sound, I'm more cool with questioning me. It's just you better have the logic to actually question it and not just be questioning because you feel some type of way. Emotions don't counter logic. So if you can't rise to my logic, then you need to go with what I'm saying. But women see that, like even Love Dorsey talked about that. She said it this way: why are you with a man that you feel like you got to control? If you got control issues and you can't submit to that man, why are you with him? Now that's not a pro-male talking point.
No, the women who have control issues, who like to be in control, they tend to end up in relationships with men who they can control. But this other part of them being women, they can't respect that man who allows them to control them. But they only going to be in a relationship with a man they can control, because once that man who won't let them control them, they're going to try to fight him. And if he's, unless he's just completely dysfunctional, then they just going to fight back and forth all day, or he's going to leave. So she's only going to be in relationships with men who she can't respect. So that's
or they submit to that, in which the woman resents them for that. That's like Obsidian, that's antisocial shit. And we never call that out because it's not women are not seeing it as being antisocial. That's always used to kind of be a barometer to measure men. So no matter what women do, like for instance, you said earlier in this thing, you were talking about the Myron situation in Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, I'm about to play that.
Those
Somebody
women
me to play that right now. That's what I was quiet for a minute. I was trying to find the exact clip. Somebody asked me.
That's a textbook example of antisocial behavior.
Yeah.
That's what that is. Now you know good and well they won't do that if they in a white situation. They won't do that. But still, the point is, even when you
I
look
don't
at how the
always
other
agree
women were
with that,
acting.
man. Black women be showing the hell out at Walmart and all kinds of places, but
No, no, well, that's not a white situation. They feel like that's more theirs. That don't count. I'm talking about in a setting like that, but white men are around and white men are the main ones. They're not like that.
yeah,
Not like
okay.
they're going to because there's real consequences for that. Especially with black women and black women understand it. That's why you don't see black women showing the fuck out at work like that. So in
I got
Walmart,
some disagreement. I didn't see.
Walmart is a nigga. Walmart is a nigga.
I didn't
A nigga
see more than
location.
enough black women show out at work, but they are more likely to act like they got some damn sense at work. But I didn't seen plenty of them. They make bad employees too. I've seen it.
No, I get what you're saying, but they're not as quick. Like if they're around white people, like straight up, unless you're dealing with ones that are like they just completely off the charts.
Yeah.
To the
okay,
almost
hold on.
borderline of a
I
mental.
think what you're saying, the ones who like can fluctuate either way, those ones, yeah, they not going to fluctuate that way in a situation with white people, but they will just put a bunch of black men around, then they feel at home to go ahead and go over to the other side, so to speak. I guess definitely will give you that point, but it'd be plenty of sisters wilding out. I've seen sisters get carried up. I mean, I did blue collar work at a union shop that employed thousands of people. A lot of
I'm
them
talking about offices.
Yeah, they in there working on them assembly lines, and they go.
Yeah, well, that's more masculine shit. I'm talking about offices. And maybe that's because I come from the call center. Okay, so that's because I come from a call center and stuff. But typically in office buildings and shit like that, especially when they got like direct management that's white, I get what you're saying, and I've seen people wild out too. I mean, it is what it is. But my point is, they once they understood that was a black show and all, like a show with black men at the head. Yeah, because they were sparking up before that even happened, and that's how they are. And it doesn't matter how tall they are or how they come off. It doesn't matter how harsh. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's just bullshit that they put out there.
Yeah, well, you know what? And shout out to brother Xavier. He said this: black people, they think when another black person is running a business, that's all our business. And so they act at home over there. That's why they can get up and twerk on the damn table at the True Kitchen restaurant. It's like,
but again, another black woman. I don't even think they still would wild out with black women, but they wouldn't be that crazy with it. Like when it's a black man, and see, that's the problem. And they actually see themselves as the victims for him even saying that. They would never do that at a white establishment because they understand that a white man can call the white cops, and the white cops are going to handle them. Like, just like how even Latinas, with Uber drivers and stuff, they start wild and they get fired. They understand that there's different consequences that can be levied, and they know black men can't. And this is why when folks want to say we're your women and we love you and what about black love, it's like I don't hear none of y'all checking this shit. Like for that y'all say, but yeah, man, like we gotta be really aware of the words we use and why we use them, because as black people, we tend to like to merge things. We tend to like make everything mean the same shit. And then what happens is people just start throwing around terms. I mean, people, if y'all want to use pick me, I get why I use. It's the same thing with educated lame. So now educated is synonymous with being lame. And that stuff expects the sexual responses of certain people. Now, I prefer to say, well, a lot of y'all may not be culturally compatible with certain dudes. That's in line with BGS Igmore's like octane scale.
Yeah.
But when people use words like educated lame, even when they're explaining something, that's why you got street dudes. Yeah, man, when they get mad, yeah, at the end of the day, these lames, as if, okay, so you're the right person to be. Okay, great. Then you go build the community. Why they asking anybody else to do shit? Y'all should have it handled. Y'all the alphas, right? No, man, we need y'all to show these kids how to be. No, because they just gonna be lame. Then you wonder why you can't tell these motherfuckers about reading and writing, let alone fucking tech shit. No, reading is lame. Floyd don't read. Look at how much money he got. That's fucked up, but shout out to Floyd. That's how motherfuckers think though. They may not say it, but that's how they think. Nigga,
All
all
right,
I
shout
need is
out,
this paper, nigga. You don't need to read to sell dope, nigga.
shout out to Charles Merchant. He says, as the creature proclaims being eligible as a wife, her reality is she never been submitted to her father. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that, Charles Merchant. All right, and as promised, because I said earlier that she probably didn't necessarily connect with his face, or at least you couldn't see her connect with his face. Ty City said I was trying to cover for him, or so. I don't know why he would assume I would
I
do
saw he
that.
put
City
his hand up
always.
and she hit his hand. You talking
Yeah,
about
I
the
mean,
Myron?
yeah, or bare minimum, you could see she's. I'm about to just play it, so we're
She
about to get down
swung,
to
and
the
I thought he
bottom
put
of
his hand
wrestling.
up and blocked it with his hand.
Yeah, I mean, he
Myron,
played
what you
it.
need to do is you need to do like Kevin Hart does. Get a female security person, pay them very well, and tell them, I'm paying you all this money because when the time calls, I got a keyword, and when I say that keyword, you jack them the fuck up. Because as a woman, you can do that.
That's smart. I was about to say they need to definitely hire male security. I mean, I wasn't thinking female. I was just thinking just hire some regular security. I mean, I think they're making enough money now to where they can just get a big buff swole dude to where if he
Fuck
needs
that.
to.
They don't need that. They need to get a good woman.
No,
Get a
no,
good
true.
woman.
I
Get
do
that chick
understand.
off of Loki.
I no, I understand that completely. I understand that completely, but they do need somebody that can move the chicks out of there. I'm thinking a big buff swole dude could just pick the chicks up and just carry them out, open the door, throw them out, close and lock the door, and get back on with the show. I was thinking that's probably what they need to do, but but some issues can arise with that. But yeah, getting a female security guard who can whip their ass in the name of security, that would be one thing. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they need to hire
Because that's what
somebody.
they used to do when them dudes gave them speeches. Like when Umar and Tariq used to get them speeches, they used to always send a female to like be a crash dummy because dudes didn't know how to deal with that. Nah, you have a team, maybe 2, 3 people. Always get a woman, pay them the most, and then you be like, this is why you getting paid the most to jack them, not whoop their ass, but jack them up and get them out of there because they will not say nothing if it's another woman.
Shout out to Huncho Black said, no, they need a transformer in
You could.
there. Yeah. He's like, I'm a woman.
And
Yeah,
then
I
dare him to
can't say
say
nothing.
something. Be like,
Yeah.
say something.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. I'm being there tearing them chicks up. But all right, we're about to just roll the tape of the slaps or attempted slaps. She connected with something, but you couldn't know. Do you know if it was this? Well, I'm just gonna play it.
No, but I really feel like. No, wait, What do you mean? We in Miami, bitch. Wait, what the fuck? Thinking we got on the right.
Said, why Nisha handle this? Snap your finger.
No, I said
She's supposed to be getting somebody's supposed to be picking her up,
Look that
power driving her ass, belly to back suplexing her ass right after that shit.
Trip in, bro. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. You can't make this up. Only a day.
I'm telling you now. You put your hands on me twice. You do it one more time. Ooh, I'm gonna grab you by your hair and throw you the fuck out.
So you're not gonna do shit.
Okay. You want to be tough now? Assaulted me in my own house. All right, we got you on camera. All right,
I think that was it right there. I think that was the last time that she slapped him. You couldn't see like
she gonna slap him again.
I'm telling you.
Oh, it happens again.
Right.
Yeah, and it's the main one that people talking about.
Oh, shoot,
yeah, I was surprised that this is their house because I'm looking at that bathroom like that looks like some office shit. So when y'all said that was his house, I was like, for real?
Yeah, no, they got it set up nice in there.
Yeah, but nah, man,
you where she's standing, like where you see where the chick is standing with the dreads, like like right there. Right
You got to do it again.
Yeah, she's gonna hit him again.
Meet Chris and Mark.
Still don't got the
filtered
YouTube
Bitcoin
premium.
and Ethereum.
You get a chick. I'm telling y'all get a chick.
Yeah, they do need to get a chick to come do that. As somebody said,
because that's a deterrent. If they know,
notice how the white females in the clip are being respectful and the two black females are being disruptive. Now, the problem that I have with you saying that, and this happens a lot, it was 4 chicks sitting down. 2 of them were not white. One of them did had her hair dyed blonde. but she was similar complexion to the chick that did the slapping, and the other one was clearly not white. It was a similar complexion to the chick that did the
Well, the
slapping.
non-blacks.
But they were damn near the same complexion as the one. So it's like you calling if those chicks would have got up and been wilding out and slapping, you would have said, "Look at the black women. They sitting down next to the white girls acting right." So you're taking their and so now
Well,
you're lumping them in with white. Like you see
well,
what you
to
did
be
there.
fair, I don't watch this show a lot, but the kind of times I've watched when they like even when Kevin was on there, it's always a black female in the mix. Now, when I talk about this, I acknowledge that like the tallest chick wasn't really wilding like that. But my thing is, image matters, and
See,
I'm
wait, hold
sorry,
on, wait,
you
hold
know,
on.
you like when the
Wait
white
a minute,
women are.
Ed. Let me cut you off real quick. Okay, right here, this is an all the way 100% black woman who was not wild and who was trying to be peaceful. This chick right here is the same complexion as the chick that did the slapping, and this chick right here is she definitely light skinned it, but that's dyed blonde hair. When you zoom in, you could tell that she's at least mostly, if not half black, but probably mostly
Look,
black. So that's look, I ain't got my cape
I mean,
on.
I get all of that, but that's like, but one thing that I'm not gonna do because I'm fair on both sides, and a lot of dudes in this space, like I get that in the chat. You do got dudes that they be Shane. This is what Shane Vicious gets accused of sometimes,
Yep.
and I jump on them sometimes. So I do jump on that, but because I call balls instructed, I know when I've commented on this personally, I have explained that. But with that being said, you also don't see those black females that are her friends checking her ass and telling her to chill the fuck out. You also
This one
don't see
was
that
this one.
after she got slapped twice.
No, this one was
So again,
this one, and look, I want at the end of the
after
day,
she slapped them twice.
this one was
We
trying
gonna
to
slap him again.
this one was trying to purport herself well and be the peaceful mediator the whole time, and she actually
After the
did.
fact.
All right, I don't. Maybe I got the chronology
Like,
wrong.
because at
Maybe I
the
got. Hold
same
on.
time, Bernard, you reaching. Like we know what the image is. So to deal with the image, like most of the time when they kick people out, they really just leave on their own. Be like, you can't fire me, I quit. But that shit doesn't happen. And I'm just saying,
Ed. Let me make one thing very clear. These two chicks are some goddamn idiots, and they upheld every damn stereotype, and it was a motherfucking embarrassment. I'm only responding to Indigenous TV's statement comment where he said and notice how the white girls behave themselves well. And I'm looking back at the girls who behave themselves well, and I see two white ones, and I see one, two, and bare minimum and a half black ones. So
you read
it's
too
almost
much
like
into it, but that's
it's
fine.
almost
It's your show.
no. He tried to lump these two in as white. He tried to lump them in as white. That's what he did.
I get that, but you know what? The image
I
is the
think his
image.
premise is that
That's like motherfuckers wearing bonnets, and we like, oh well, let's point out all the individuals that ain't doing it. You know,
No,
the
that's not
image
what's
is the
going
image.
on. He said, notice how the white females in the clip are being respectful and the two black females are being disruptive. To say that is to imply that out of the 7 females, 2 of them were black, the remaining ones were white. That's how he spun it, and it didn't.
Well, I mean, he's
changed
one
after.
comment. It's one comment, and that's why we're watching the video. But my thing is, what should have happened is all the black women should have descended upon that chick and checked her ass. That's what I want. I would want to see.
And I'm with you, and I'm with you on that. But I have been hearing people talking as if it was 5 white girls and 2 black girls, and the 2 black girls was wilding. But look at how well behaved the 5
People are
white
gonna
girls
say,
are.
I get that, and people are
then I
gonna
look
say what
and I
they say.
and I see the well behaved ones being 3 black girls, 2 white girls, but the ones who was cutting up were black. Is no way to get around that.
I get that, but you know, understand it is people are gonna say that. So it's kind of like if people, and this is why I'm really, people say, are you serious, nigga? This is why I am, because what black women expect is for us to basically protect an image that they clearly don't care about. Like for real. And it's not our job to basically cut teeth. It's their job to change, to do their part in changing their image. That chick, all the women should have basically collapsed on her. She's clearly not with the white chicks like that, which is why they say kept their ass sat down. So all that ratchetry, with the exception of, because even though the one with the weave was just on her phone, all these women standing up, wilding out, like they really should have checked her. When Myron was talking and he was trying to say it before it got to that level, she should have said chill. And granted, I think one of them tried to kind of do that.
They were,
but the thing, what they do, like, it not enough, because she felt the need to do that. Like, and when I say so somebody would tell me what's enough.
She was cutting the girls off when the girls was trying to talk. She was cutting them off. Like they were basically bowing down to the ghetto ones. That's what happens. The more the black women who know how to act like they got some sense, they were talking they were speaking like women, and then the ratchet ones went to ratcheting, and then the decent ones just got quiet.
And Bernard, I'm gonna say this, and then I will be done at least with this part, because I gotta hop off in a little bit. But I will say this: the reason why some of y'all may be like, "Why are you taking this position?" I see Al in there. Are you serious, bro? The reason why I'm taking this position is because the simple answer is just don't invite black bitches. That's how people think. Now, I'm not calling black women bitches, but what I'm saying is that's the mindset. So when women then turn around and then say, "Well, why aren't we invited to certain functions and shit?" That's the easy answer, because dudes are gonna want to make it so this doesn't happen, black, white, otherwise. And it's with the women, because I've seen white women get kicked off too, and generally they just leave, or they'll leave before they get kicked off out of protest. But that shit is some shit we'll be like, we're just gonna cut it all off and just not give a fuck about what nobody say, because they cater to a general audience anyway, so they don't really cater to black people like that. Not like that as far as their main audience. So that's why I'm kind of being where I am, because I'm letting you know this is why people cut all of y'all off, because people won't disavow certain elements and say this behavior is not representative of us, and what Myron did is not representative of when that behavior should be valid, even if you wanted to validate it. And so black people miss the mark, even black men, when they sitting there trying to, like, oh, well, she didn't really do that. No, people are saying these are problems. These problems happen to this level when black people are involved. Even David Carroll said that women, fat asses, and liquor is a combustible situation. So I don't want to be a part of it. This is how people really think. You're not going to change it. So stop trying to change it and make people mold to you, because people have catered to black women and they bullshit for far too long in the first place. And a lot of people, even other than black men, are fucking tired of it. So they're just not going to have you there and problem solve. I don't want that to happen. So that's why I'm taking the position I'm taking. I'm not, saying what you're saying is wrong, Bernard. I just want to explain that's why I took the position I took.
Yeah, no, the situation as I saw it was fucked up and no excuses. It was absolutely horrible. Only thing I was responding to is some of the people who reacted to it in a way that didn't necessarily make sense, because I see 5 black or blackish women and 2 white girls. Now,
because you put your hands on me.
It's true that
because you put your hands on me. I know what I'm going to want to do.
It's true that they have put some white chicks out that wouldn't. I think that chick was white, who she wouldn't leave because somebody needed to hand her her shoes. She was like, "Hey, give me my shoes." They like, "Your shoes over there, go put them on." She's like, "You need to hand them to me," or something stupid like that. Something completely stupid like that. She refused to leave until the security got there. But nobody has ever got violent until that black girl got violent with him, and that wasn't even the one getting put out. Her friend was getting put out, and she got violent, because her friend got put out. And shout out to Clue, because
the one with the weave.
Yeah. And Mr. James Bridges says she's Puerto Rican, not black. But see, and that goes to my point. Had she had the one that you're saying is Puerto Rican, I believe that's her right here. Had she got up with the same skin tone as this one and slapped him, you wouldn't say, "Oh, she's Puerto Rican." You would just say she was black. That was part of my point right there. That it's like, okay. I'm not gonna go there too far on that one, but don't take away her blackness because she's conducting herself well. If she conducted herself bad, you would just call her black and wouldn't care what piece of land she was born on. But But where we at?
I
Where
feel
we,
you, and dudes and y'all need to start.
niggas
And the
do that.
thing about it
Niggas
is,
do that all the time.
and you do, and I check, and honestly, Bernard, I'm going on the opposite position now, but I check my people all the time with that because I say y'all represent me when y'all in this chat, and the reality of the situation is y'all are representing this space. So I don't give a fuck about how mad y'all think y'all are. Y'all need to like. There's a certain decorum you need to uphold, and one of the things that the manosphere needs to preach is accuracy. So
yes,
all those little jabs that y'all think y'all throwing, you undercut our arguments when you do that. And I've cussed my people out a couple of times for that. But like they get mad at me for giving women wrenches. I say I got to give them wrenches because y'all don't know how to not time them the fuck out. So shut the fuck up.
yeah.
But
No, I'm all about the accuracy. I'm glad you said you put a emphasis on the word accuracy because I hate when they given their motive, their
yeah.
ideology, or personal chat room agenda, they will overlook facts and details and be inaccurate in their wide sweeping smack against black women.
Yeah.
I don't mind a very precise, precision, accurate, blow against what we seeing. But I'm like, we gotta be accurate. We gotta be accurate. Otherwise, we just some foaming at the mouth. Fuck these black bitches, dude. And that ain't what my channel is. That ain't what my channel is. Let's be precise and accurate as possible. Houdini Unchained in the building. He says, I don't see this as a referendum on black women, quite frankly, but some of you bozos with self-hate. Okay, here, see, now I disagree with you.
But you validate that. But you validate that.
Hold on. That's the bullshit
Not
right
you.
there. Saying that it's self-hate because they criticizing somebody else who happens to be black. Like, no, there's no call that. That's bullshit too. But anyway, with self-hate,
but and see that's where the bullshit starts, and see that validates that narrative when y'all do that, and that's so again because I believe in accuracy because all females ain't shit. It's just what plays they like to run. Because I don't like that coy, like what you said with that white chick asking that. I would have threw the shit at her. Because me personally, that's y'all can call that Napoleon complex if you want to. I'd be like, if I tell you to go and you sitting here talking about hand it to me, I'm like, look, man, you could come and get him. Well, no, you need to handle to me. All right, let me handle to you, Bob. This will be a fastball. But see, that's why I couldn't let these motherfuckers in my house to do all that. These niggas are special for that shit. I couldn't be that. Just like when I told y'all about getting that female, I couldn't be that because you slapped me. I'm not gonna hit you, but I was taught. I know Bernard's like, oh, what is he gonna say? I was taught don't hit a woman. I was taught to grab her ass and shake her ass really hard. That's what I was told, and then pop her away from you, but then what these hoes like to do then is they like to fall on the ground like they did, like they like to fall like you really knocked them down. I'm like, oh, you stupid.
You grab her, bring her in close, let her get one punch in while you're grabbing her, and then now you got full creative control to throw her as far as you want. She hit me, goddamn it.
or you hug her real hard. I'm not big enough to do that, but you grab them and hug just to let them feel the power. Be like, is this really what you want? Because understand, just like how I can bring you to me, I can get you away from me. But that's what I was taught.
Riches, I'm not debating whether or not she's Puerto Rican or not. I don't give a damn. The only point that I was making, if the one who you're talking about is Puerto Rican, I assume one of the ones that didn't hit. I don't even know if you're talking about the one that hit him, or the one that didn't. I don't even know which one you're talking about, but I assume you was talking about the one that didn't hit her was Puerto Rican, and that's why you was saying she's Puerto Rican. She's not black.
Queen want to ask me a question.
God damn it, I'm trying to end the show. All right. Here you go. Queen Q. Come on up. Number 16 says, no one is the problem. He said, no one is the problem.
How is my points confusing?
Trying to paint a whole group because of individuals to fit their narrative. Lazy shit. Yeah, that happens a lot. That's why I don't do content like Tommy Sotomayor was good. I mean, he did it in a very entertaining way where he will find the most ratchet video possible and talk about it and then use that as a springboard to make whatever point you want to make. I don't like to do that because I don't. I understand it, and it's entertaining, and I probably have done it before, but I typically don't like to pull out the most ratchet, ridiculous example of some chick doing the dumbest thing ever, because especially if it's something that most people can agree is wrong. This is something here that most people can agree is wrong. However, there's a noticeably high percentage of black women who do react like this to being put out of a place. So there, so it is. I don't. I'm not going to say it's representative of all black women, but it is. You can generalize when you talk about that. You can generalize for two reasons. If a group does it, if 51% or more engages in it, or if people engage, or if a particular group engages in a particular act noticeably more than every other group, you can generalize with it. And this more or less meets the criteria of generalizing, but I still tend not to just say, aha, this fits my narrative, confirmation bias. Look at these bitches.
So
that's lazy argumentation. That's making
yeah, because I gotta go too.
I think
So
you're in
what's the
like
quiz? She on
denial.
here yet?
Oh, Queen, yeah, she's on here. She's on here at the bottom. Go ahead, Queen. You got it. Queen Q. See how you got me calling you Queen. I'm gonna call you your real name. All right, go ahead. You got it. Unmute yourself.
Good morning. So I just had a quick question because some of Edward's points are confusing to me. So I understand where you're coming from when you say that every black woman on that thing should have checked her. But the only problem I have with that is that you spoke of image. And I'm like, the reality is it could have turned into more of a hostile situation with them trying to jump and check her the way that you said. And that could have ended up being an even bigger blow.
You just got to run the risk. I mean, we're back. We're sidestep quarterback in this, and I've seen situations, personally, we all have, and that never happens. What you're saying never happens because it's never tried. So women are allowed. What happens is women acquiesce to the quote unquote alpha female, which is the one that's acting the most hostile. I mean, normally outside the country, this is not a problem because the men are able to physically deal with these women. And when I say physically, I don't mean close fist them, which that could happen. But I'm talking about these women will be manually removed for real. So it's not even a problem. But in the country,
and most importantly, the police will show up and not give two shits that those men had to manually remove the women. That's the important part, because in this country, men manually removing women, the police show up and they're going to arrest the men. That's
so exactly. So the women, so in those scenarios, the women wouldn't even need to do nothing. But the problem is you have a situation. I mean, you can see this whole time where he tried to do it the politically correct way, and she can't be told nothing. And honestly, the short answer is, and this is the conversation that gets had, is just don't invite women like that. Well, are you saying we shouldn't invite black women? Well, it's your show. How many times you got to touch the fucking hot stove? That's how these conversations have. This is how that stuff goes down. They start ice because they start generalizing.
Let me go this way. Hold on, Ed. Let me take it this route before we get far afield. As far as you saying the other black women were supposed to get up and check them. This is something that I've talked about before. This is something that I said earlier in a different context, and maybe Queen Q could speak to this. If Queen Q, if you're right there and you're a pretty docile feminine woman, like she probably don't got the testosterone to get up and check a bitch, especially an unruly masculine bitch. She don't want that smoke. She don't want to get her ass whooped.
Please.
Bernard, I will say this, in that situation, I can honestly say that I would have done the role of what the girl with the dreads was doing, try to calm the situation down, but I would not have gotten physical or raised my voice, because then I would be feeding into the stereotype that all black women are aggressive. You would have people who would use that against me and say, you see, she was being feminine, she's being this. And
that's why I say they all need to do it. So they don't all have to do all of that, because that's a way of the group dealing with one. That's why I said that, because I get what you're saying.
You want five feminine women to form a Voltron to equal one masculine woman, and
that's how women operate. That's generally how it works. That's how from what I've seen. But I actually have to go. If y'all want to, somebody else got a question?
No, it was just I just wanted to put that out there, but I just wanted to ask that question because for me, it sounded very counterproductive because the same way how you're saying these women could form together, it could be used against us.
Yeah, absolutely, Queen. So what I'm saying is, I have no problem. I'll do a stream on this probably later today, and if you want to, not necessarily hop on, but be in the chat, hop on, whatever you want to do, I'll answer it like a lot more thoroughly because I do have to go. And then I'll respond to kind of what the rest of y'all are gonna say. With that, I know people want me to shut the fuck up. I see you, Al. So but I gotta go. So, but I will definitely address what you're saying more thoroughly. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Edward.
Yeah.
All right. Brother Xavier in the building. Go ahead. You got the flow. You got the mic.
Peace, Brother Bernard and everybody else, man. I think that
Wait, hold on.
only from TPOT Media. Open your minds.
All right, now you can go ahead.
I knew that was coming.
You got it.
But this is what I think, man. I think that we are reading way too much into this. Regardless of what had happened earlier, regardless of her, cutting the brother off while he was talking, he's the host of the show and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you're in my property, you're in my house, you're in my studio. Whatever happened to when someone tell you to leave their stuff and you just get out? Whatever happened to that? Like, someone's telling you to get out of their whatever, their house, their studio, their garage, their property. You just get out, man. You just get out. These are the type of women right here. These two women, they the same type of women that you cut them off and they at your door and they won't get the hell away from there. You tell them to get the hell out of your house. You don't want to be bothered with them no more. They don't want to leave. This chick literally said that the only way she was leaving is if they called the police.
Right.
Why would you say that? Someone wants you to get the hell off of their set, and your response to that is, only way I'm leaving is if you call the police. In other words, you have no intention on leaving until some type of scene is being made. Come on, man. Come on. And then it didn't even stop there. It went all the way into the production room. Didn't want to leave then. Didn't want to leave when the security came. And from what I understand, they were outside and it was a situation out there. The police was out there and they had to be convinced to leave from there. And the crazy thing is the whole time they're inside of there, they're trying to convince this man not to kick them out after he's already basically kicked them out. I mean, this is what we have here, man. I mean, let's be honest. Let's call it what it is. This is what we have with some of these women of today. That's it. That's all.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
I wanted to add to that. Sorry,
totally 100% agree with every word that came out of brother Xavier's mouth. I just want to make it clear, just in case there was any confusion, because y'all know I'm 100% not with no ratchet shit, but I did correct the audience when they were getting a little inaccurate and were speaking as if it was 5 white girls sitting down and the only 2 black girls got up acting the damn fool. I was like, you just made the other chicks turn white because they were conducting themselves like women. So I don't want us to sound stupid, so I did correct that. But anyway, absolutely 100% agree with everything that brother Xavier said. Go ahead, Mel. You got the floor. Jessica X, you can definitely come back. You did some actual content on this. I mean, you watched the whole thing in detail, play by play, which I didn't. I saw it.
Man. I'm sorry I missed that show too.
I saw it when it was happening live, and I'm just off the cuff responding to it. Yeah. But if you wanted to add some insights in, as you did an intense, detailed color commentary, play by play breakdown, you can definitely come up and add something to the convo before we get up off of here. Mel, go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic now.
Yeah, just like X was saying, it's not just the ratchet yuck mouth chicks also too. You also got some pretty chicks that act not the level they are, but self-entitled. This is not the first time. Of course, this a couple of times, but there was another chick before this one where they almost took almost an hour. I watched that show. It took
Oh yeah.
almost an hour for them to kick out that pretty chick, and she wasn't as ratchet as they was, but it's like she was so self entitled, and then not only that, narcissistic also too, and she tried to set him up to get money out of them falsely. They got her on camera and everything, and she said she's missing $1,700 out of her purse, and they videotaped the whole situation for their own protection constantly, and saw that we didn't take nothing out the purse, nothing, and everything. She went on Instagram and said that they stole money out of her purse, but they didn't, and it took like an hour to get her out. And not only that, you know the funny thing about it is though, some fool, when she told her side of the story, some fool gave her 2 G's behind that. Believe what she said, gave her 2 G's behind that. This is sad, but this shows that you got some females like they say themselves like females like this. They're not used to a guy telling them off, like you disrespectful. I'm not gonna tolerate that. They're not used to that. They used to do this like what they do act like that and they play with them and they play back like they try that serious but they lean back a little bit. No, these are men that get really hard and serious and they're not used to that. And I've been in a situation like he was also too with when I used to live with my best friend. And these 2 girls tried to jump his son, came at his house, tried to jump his son. His wife had to come get me and tell him, can you chase these 2 girls out the door? And I told him, the boy's not here. You better get away from my door and everything before I call the cops. They standing right in front of the door talking about, I'm from this block and everything. I'm from the same neighborhood too. So what? Like, now I tell them, I'm going to call the police. We still right here. Go right ahead. Blah, blah, blah. Like, these are crazy and toxic these females are. They live off of this drama like crazy. And it's like you said, when the cops get there, they probably might cause some real more scene right there and make it seem like the cops did something bad, by manhandling like they supposed to. They had their 2 lawyers on another episode that did a playback, that, and they said it themselves. Your business is your place like your home, and if they disrespect you in your place of your home, you have the right to physically throw them out after you told them to get out. If they're not leaving, you have the right to physically tell them to get out and everything. And and personally, she don't advise me because how some people are constant on that. And like I said, some people have died trying to make peace and do peaceful ways behind chicks like this. You remember the situation with the cousin with the 2 girls? So you trying to protect his cousin by just standing in the middle, and she made some lie on Instagram. Some dude came and shot her over this toxic mess.
No.
That's the problem right here. Like, it's crazy. And then not only that, the security guards also too. Like, what kind of
the security guards? Yeah, the security guards was definitely weak as hell. They came there and didn't do a damn thing. I don't know what was up with that, but I'm gonna pass it to Jessica because she actually watched the whole thing and did a play-by-play commentary on it. Just one quick thing before I throw it there. I remember one time, I think this discussion was happening. Yeah, it was happening on my channel. We was talking about chicks who get violent like that, and I remember it was women, and I think some dudes were trying to say if you a masculine man that got your shit together, women don't react to you or respond to you like that. And I said, bullshit. I said, bullshit. The way a woman act is not contingent. Is her character and how fucked up of a person she is the number one determining factor in how she's going to behave herself and how she's going to conduct herself. That's something that I've been saying. I'm gonna pass it. I'm gonna pass it. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll wait till you finish. How you doing, Jessica?
Hi, I'm good.
Right.
Hey, Bernard.
What up?
I was coming. Pardon?
That was very black of me. I said, "What up?" I don't know if they speak like that in your neck of the woods. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I was coming up to basically almost reiterate what Queen Q was saying, because in what Edward is saying is there is a bit of a contradiction there in that you're expecting the other women to almost jump up and check those women. But I'm going to be real, if that's going on around me, I'm not getting up to check them. I'm not doing that at all. And it's a contradiction, because if you're asking for women to be feminine, a feminine woman isn't going to be up in those women's faces. She's not, because if you're going to feel no way to hit a man and act like that with a man, you're going to feel even less of a way to hit me. So you know what time it is when you're dealing with women like that. And it's one thing, like even online, you can have these conversations. We're in different parts of the world, but face to face, that's a whole different issue. You can't. There's a bit of a contradiction in what you're asking women to be and what you're asking women to do. Maybe a Love Dorsey, she might be able to get up there and check those women, but that's not something that I'd be quiet as a mouse in that situation. I'm not getting involved. I'm not.
No,
The
no,
only way I see that happening.
holy shit. Hold on, wait.
Oh, sorry.
I agree with what you're saying, and that's sort of the point that I was trying to make to Ed, and this has come up in this space a lot of times. You can't expect feminine, docile women to get up and police ratchet, angry, out of pocket bitches. You just can't expect that. That's not in their nature to do that. If you when some violence jumps off, you should the woman who's in the corner of the room looking nervous and scared. That's the feminine woman. That's the woman that does not want to get in a fight. That's the woman that does not get in arguments. That's the woman who you don't see arguing at restaurants with the waitress or fighting with the cashier at Walmart. You can't expect that woman to be the police when shit go down. It's like their hands are tied. They're not going to do it. But I think Ed is looking like by them not jumping up and doing it, they're condoning it. Now, when it did get safe, the dark skinned one with the dreadlocks, I think those are dreadlocks. She did try to talk some sense into them, but she did it when it was safe. She wasn't jumping up when blows was being thrown. She ain't getting in the middle of that. I understand.
Yeah, that's the time and place they would actually do that. Sorry.
I was going to say props to her for even jumping up when it's safe, because even then I'm still not getting involved because it can all flare back up again. So yeah, women aren't most feminine women aren't going to get involved in a situation like that. They're just not. When it comes to the security, I thought the security were useless too. I was looking at them and I was like, what was the point of the security being there if they were just going to stand there? But then a couple of people who work in security, they explained it, and the security, I think technically they're not allowed to put their hands on people.
Yeah, they're not. They're just there to detain and report. That's it. They don't put hands on people. Yeah, they're not cops unless they armor security or something that's different.
What if they walk in and it's an act of violence? They can try to break. They are expected to try to break it up.
Do you know what? Correct. When she slapped him for the last time, one of the security guards did sort of get her and escort her out. But other than that, they were just standing there, and you would have thought they would. My thought is the security, as soon as they called them, should have just taken those girls straight out. But they didn't. But once people explained it, it became clearer as to why they did that.
Yeah. The only way I see feminine women will get in a situation like that, jump up, is when their kids involved. Because they got to protect their babies and stuff. That's the only way I see feminine docile women would jump up. I would see Jessica jump up in a situation like that if that was her son and daughter get in the middle of that and trying to be hurt. That's your instinct. I got to protect my babies and stuff. Yeah. That's the only way I see them jumping up like that with ratchet chicks like this.
Yeah, I think Jessica is pretty damn. She probably can't fight, but she for damn sure can argue. So I don't.
No, like I said, if it becomes babies, that's a different story. That's every woman. They want you to protect their babies. If the man's not around, then she has to be the protector of her baby. You know, like a lion to a cub.
Because when it comes down to it, Brother Bernard, I mean, I don't give a damn what color these women were. I don't care if they were blue, green, white, black, from Mars. All right, you're in my stuff, right? I tell you to get out, you get out. I mean, why do I have to listen to you plead with me and tell me why you're not leaving my stuff that I want you to leave from? And people want to say, well, you know, if you were masculine men, they wouldn't do that. I disagree. What that is contingent on is the type of dudes that they are used to dealing with. That's what it's contingent on. Has nothing to do with you. They're dealing with you the way they deal with other dudes. You know why? Because they used to be in that dude's house and dude tell them to get out and they be like, I ain't leaving. You got to call the cops. They used to be inside of Walmart and get caught stealing and get escorted out. Now, I ain't leaving. I didn't steal, and want to fight the security in there. Those are those type of chicks. They react like that wherever they go. Trust me. This ain't the first time they did something like this. And you know what else? It won't be the last time.
And the one with the yuck mouth goatee, she said she has a man, so you know they got a toxic relationship going on. It's dysfunctional.
Oh yeah, no, I 100% like yeah, the especially the one who was throwing the blows. You know, whatever dude she's in a relationship with, yeah,
Narcissistic.
she's throwing blows at him all day.
Sure,
The
she
last
squared
slap,
up like it
Jessica.
was
How long
nothing.
after? I'm sorry, what?
She squared up to him like it was nothing. She
Oh
had the
yeah,
stance, her fists were up. That was a regular thing for her. This isn't the first time that she's had a fight with a guy. The one with the
Nope.
short hair,
right.
definitely
You
not the
want you
first
want to know why?
time.
You want to know why also too? Because she doesn't expect that guy to hit her back, and not only that, if he does, she call her attack dogs. Make some side story up like she was the innocent victim, and these fools will come and try to look for him and
And
put
oh
him
yeah, and
60
by
under.
the way, are these the actions of women who are unprotected? Sitting there swinging
Exactly.
on a man like that. Yeah, yeah. Did she? Yeah, anyway. Um, let's see.
I was gonna say
Jessica,
one hour.
how far from this moment right here? Because this is where she swung on him the first time. How long after this did she do it later?
Go to 1 hour 49 is where she slaps him for the last time and the security kind of get involved. 1 hour 49 minutes.
Dang, I'm on a condensed
If I
video
have to
of it.
give Myron some advice, he needs to
I'm
call
on a
the
condensed
police.
video from it. Can you see like right? Damn, you probably can't look at it and tell if it's close to the time.
Okay, so this is probably just after I think she slapped him for the last time, and they're trying to get that girl to leave now.
Okay, yep, I think.
Okay, just play it from here. You should be good.
I'm very big on I don't like the whole putting black people out there like as the angry black woman, angry black man. I hate shit like
That's not
Damn.
She's
All
trying to
right.
sound Jamaican or something like that.
I don't know what she was, but yeah.
Speaking ratchet knees.
Yeah, this is what she's used to doing to people, man. This isn't her first time. This wasn't an experiment that she was trying. This is common for her. Someone
Yeah.
says something to her that she doesn't like. This is how she reacts. He was probably like the 50th guy she slapped in her lifetime. Who knows?
You remember them? Them three girls from the cartoon show, The Proud Family. Them three blue bullies and shit. That's what she's one of them like that. She's like the ratchet girl in the hood that probably did some bullying in her lifetime when she was younger.
I agree with Teapot there. This is definitely not her first time fighting, and it's not her last. The craziest thing, people are saying they'd hit her back. I have a feeling she can take a punch. Like, she's what do you call it? Like, she's thick, she's stocky. You'd be surprised at the girls with like hips and legs like that. She could probably like take a few and fight back. I don't think it's her first time. It might be her last time.
No, Ty City. Hold on, real quick. Yeah,
thick and muscular like that.
real quick. Yeah, Ty City. Now, Ty City was on some bull earlier when he tried to say that I was trying to cover for him or something like that. And what I saw the first time I watched it was kind of confirmed. It looked like he most likely blocked it with his hand. But even though you was on some bull earlier, you are. I like this comment here. Women know who to play with. There's a certain female content creator who passionately made that statement on my show a couple times, and then when I explained exactly how it looked, all right, I'm not gonna take no shots. I'm not gonna take no shots. But I like what you did there with that. Women know who to play with. Somebody did make that argument. I think y'all know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, because they don't expect dudes to hit back. Now let it be someone that's more muscular than Myron, and she tried it, and he'll smack her
But the
back.
implications of women know who to play with, meaning they're going to get violent with men if they suspect it's a situation where the guy isn't going to hit back. They're going to get violent with them. Yeah, it's a.
I know who you're talking about, and I think I think the point that she was making is that
No, Jessica, just don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do
okay,
it. Let's.
I'm gonna step away.
Yeah, don't. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm protecting you from. I'm protecting you right now. Put it like that. Don't defend that shit.
Oh man.
Woman's innocent. We know who to play with. We know who to get live with. Oh, I don't get live with dudes like that, but we know who to get live with. No.
You know what? You know I use a
You know
perfect
damn
scenario
well
about
what
this.
you're talking about.
You know I use a perfect scenario about this.
Don't defend the ratchets.
When it comes
All
to
right.
a dog, like as soon as you show fear to a dog, that dog will test you constantly. That's what this situation is. When she swung back and he kind of blocked it, she knew that that chick was like the dog, and you know what? I can still flinch at him, make him flinch, and he gonna jump, but he's not gonna hit me back. But a dog, yeah, like just like a dog. Like as soon as you show fear to the slightest percentage, that dog's gonna still test you constantly.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think if he'd have hauled off and backhand her ass, a fight would have broke out. I don't think she would have fell down on the floor and cried. I mean, I think she would have been literally trying to fight him. I think that's what would have happened.
That's true.
Oh yeah,
That's,
she
that's
wanted to
what I was
provoke it.
thinking as well. She looked like she could, take a few. Like she might go down in the end, but she'd take a few before before she goes down. She's gonna take a few. Because, like I said, she looks seasoned in the art of seasoned in the art of man fighting. So
hood
I
taekwondo.
avoid women like that altogether. Like not even any sort of interaction at all, because you know what they're about. Like from the moment that you meet them, you know what they're about. I just avoid them altogether.
Yeah.
And that's why I sometimes ask, like, do you have these conversations in real life? And I'm like, hell no, because one, there's like the chance that you're going to get beaten up, and two, I don't even in real life I don't associate with those women to even have those conversations, so there really is no opportunity for us to discuss those things because I'm not around them.
A lot of the things that you talk about you can have in real life. I mean, well, if you're talking about that kind of stuff or policing that kind of behavior, then no. But a lot of stuff that you do talk about as far as women in their cockeyed or feminist ideology or views that they have towards men or against men, those conversations can be had sensibly. But when we're talking about some ratchet shit, no, I wouldn't expect.
No, I would say no.
That's like telling. That's like, I mean, that's like telling some, some educated brother who presents as the stereotypical educated lame. Hey man, you need to go into the hood, into the heart of the ghetto, and talk to them pookies. And so they may not be, they probably don't even speak the same language in some ways. And some ways, well, no, it's something that can, but it's a different thing. Like I wouldn't, like I'm going back to what I said before. I don't expect a feminine woman to be trying to dress down or get the out of pocket ratchet women told, but women who got bad ideas in their head, bad feminist ideals in the whole thought process and the ideology. I do think good ideological debate or philosophical debate or discussions can be had. Though those are possible, but getting involved in that kind of shit, hell no, brother.
And you're right. You're right, brother Bernard, because what was going on inside of that studio, man, was not worth a physical altercation. Because someone asked you to leave their property, it's time to get into a physical altercation because someone's asking you to leave their property. That's not worth fighting over, man. That's not worth fisticuffs.
You're gonna have to get the police to take me out.
Yes.
It's like, who even says that? Like,
yeah, that was her response. That was her immediate response when he said, yo, you can leave too. And it wasn't like he said, bitch, you can get the fuck out too. He said, you can leave too if you don't like it. And her immediate response was, well, the only way I'm going to leave is if you call the cops. Come on, man. That's a person with an aggressive nature off top. They're coming at it aggressive. That's their response.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
She
it
was
is on
all
top
guns
because
blazing from the beginning. Oh, go ahead.
From the
yeah,
beginning.
that's what I was going to say. From the very beginning of the show, those two were the problem people. Like, they just kept on interrupting. They wouldn't keep quiet. They kept on speaking over people. And he told them, like, all right, chill out. Like, let me finish talking, like, a few times before he got to the point where he was like, okay, now you just have to go. Like, you've got to leave. Go on. Like, it's time to go. And then, yeah, it all went down.
Hmm. Shout out to shit, I forgot who was that super chatted up there. Shout out to Xander with a Z. Says she used to this, no fear of getting knocked out. Malcolm in the Middle 87. Black Quains. Shout out to you. O'Shea Duke Jackson in the building. Shout out to OJ Duke Jackson.
Hey, Shay.
Mr. Edumacation says, who's going to hold 12 gauge Mike accountable? Yeah.
12 gauge Mike.
But that's what I feel like people are doing when they say that a feminine woman she need to be addressing those women. It's like sending you can't send Poindexter to go address 12 gauge Mike. He ain't trying to catch that 12 gauge. No. So there's that. Malcolm in the 87 pound. Imagine her outweighing you like fighting a man. Yeah. I saw something else. I saw Borgen. There we go. Borgen Freeman in the building. Shout out to Borgen. I don't even know if Borgen got a range over here. There you go. Give Borgen a range. Borgen Freeman in the building says, generally women know who to try. However, let's not act like we haven't heard of kingpins and mobsters getting slapped by their chicks. Nobody's safe. I don't understand that women know. Okay, the women know who to try thing. Okay, are you saying that they know what man is going to knock them the fuck out? But if by who to try, meaning they know who to slap, but whether or not they slap a man is contingent upon whether or not they're a piece of shit. So we got to first acknowledge this woman is a piece of shit before we start making excuses for them, saying, well, they know who they can get away with it with or not. And that's what people be trying to do. And they say that ain't what you was trying to do, but that's what somebody else was trying to do when they was defending the sisterhood.
I bet you they don't slap that baby daddy who keep a foot in their ass for everything they do. I bet you they don't jump up and slap him in his house.
I disagree. I think they be in there fighting like cats and dogs the whole damn day. Like the fighting don't stop. Hold on, but this is what I know. Women who be jumping up, throwing the first punch against a man, when they with that man who will beat their ass, that behavior don't change that much. That's how a lot of the abuse be going down. I mean, the woman jumping up, getting live with them. Some dudes gonna take it. Some dudes gonna walk away and never deal with her. Some dudes gonna be like, okay, game on, bitch. You can hit her with some bus driver uppercuts. She's gonna recover and come back. She's gonna come back the next week ready to go. She's like, that shit don't stop. A good backhand smack probably hold her for 48 hours. She gonna be back home.
Oh man, I appreciate you having me up, man. I gotta run, but before I go, tonight, can I get a shameless plug in? Tonight,
absolutely.
Me and brother Nate are doing something called a double cast, and we're doing something called Feeding the Failure. And what we're going to talk about, this is a nice little segue, bringing that we're talking about black chicks here. Tonight, we're going to be talking about how women are setting their children up for failure. We're going to be talking about the obesity rate of young children, specifically black young children, and how they are being set on a path for failure concerning their health, their mentality, their ability to socialize and get along with friends, their mental health, all that kind of stuff. So check out me and brother Big Nate tonight for a double cast. You can catch me at 8 p.m. over on the Little Big Nate show. And then we coming over to TPOT and we going in there too. So make sure you catch us 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. Eastern time, and also 9:30 p.m. Eastern time as well. And I'm teaming up with Brother Big Nate, so you know it's going to be epic.
Right on, right on. Absolutely, absolutely. That's gonna be good. You and little Big Nate. Yeah, I got the yeah, I got the voices. Yeah, I got the voices. Two of you together. That's gonna be some definite sure enough fireworks. Shout out to Good Men, said you had him covering up and then took a belt to start hitting him on Facebook Live. A lot of emojis and that. I don't even know what you're talking about right there.
Oh,
I have
is that
no
what
idea.
she did? Because do you know what? At one point, they weren't covered by the actual cameras that they have in the studio. They were kind of off into the corner, and we could see that, like, something was going down, but we just couldn't see it. So maybe that's what he's speaking about. Because they pulled out their
Oh.
phones and started recording, so they were probably recording to Facebook Live or Instagram Live. So that's probably what Goodman is speaking about. But I've seen plenty of videos. I saw another video of a woman. So this could be what he's talking about, of a woman beating her boyfriend with a belt, and he was just there, like, flinching and covering up, and she was just whipping him.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, some chicks be that shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. I don't know what dudes be doing. I don't know. Splatterhouse tenant canister. It says, and it's the type of women that go back a few years back crying to Kevin Samuels that her man was abusive. Like, yeah, that's part of the reason why when Kevin Samuels just basically ignore it when they say, well, there was violence in the relationship. Violence with who? Well, we had it was situations where things got violent. How many times did you hit them? And then they start fumbling. Then eventually we find out it was mutual combat, no police record for 10 years, and then that's why he just be ignoring it. People have criticized him for that, for not taking it serious when they say that they've were experienced violence or they were abused in a relationship. That, yeah, a lot of the times it may very well be chicks like that who be throwing the first punch, casting that first stone, and then even if they do that to the wrong dude, and he hitting her back, and then she hitting him, and they just got a violent. I hate the word, but we're gonna. No, this is appropriate. Toxic relationship. They know ain't no quote air quotes here. That's a legitimate toxic relationship. If two violent people together in the same house for 5 years, that's a toxic relationship. So sometimes they'll have a mutually a toxic relationship with mutual combat. And yeah.
Do you know what? It's like he has a point because, okay, so people get upset if, just say it's Kevin Samuels or whoever it may be, when people actually question the abuse. Women get upset and they're like, you're supporting abusers, you're doing this, that, the other. But when you actually delve into it and you start asking these women what the abuse was, a lot of the times they'll class it as verbal abuse. And they'll say, he could have told me that I was overweight. He told me that I need to clean more. He told me, and it's like, that's not abuse. So the things that women are defining as abuse, women have to realize the reason men are questioning when you say these things is because of the stuff that you're defining as abuse. And I keep saying to women, if you're really upset, like, okay, I want to be able to take domestic violence seriously every time I hear it. I want to be able to take Me Too allegations seriously every time I hear it. Whatever, all of that stuff, I want to be able to take it seriously. But because of women either weaponizing those things or women just not being honest about what's going on, it means that we have to question these allegations. And so if women are upset at men not just taking their word for it, then you have to get on to other women and you have to be upset at other women and tell women to stop weaponizing these things. Tell women to stop taking advantage of the system and knowing that we get upset when we hear the word abuse. Women are weaponizing that in order to paint themselves as victims. So if you want people to take it more seriously, you have to get onto the women who are weakening it down. That's what's going on.
Holy shit. I'm watching this video. Okay. I ain't even gonna share this one. This is bad. It's in the chat. Y'all can click on Goodman's link if y'all want to do that, because this is just stupid. This is just stupid. I ain't even. That ain't even nothing to share there. Thanks, good man, for posting that. I guess.
Okay, yes, that's the video I was talking about.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, so we were seeing the same thing.
yeah. I don't even want to play that one. That's that one's just stupid. Like, oh man. All right,
Well, I'm
yeah.
stealing
So
Mr. Edumacation's line. My final word: you're going to jail now. Thank you for having me on, Bernard.
yeah,
Bernard. Thank
thanks
you
for
for having
coming,
me on.
Bernard. Bernard. All
See
right,
ya.
all right. Have a good one. All right, Splatterhouse tenant canasta. I don't know if I'm saying that right. As far as I'm concerned, she who casts the first stone shall receive a boulder or a Donkey Kong punch on top of the dome. Self defense all the way. Yeah. Yeah. All right, y'all. We about to get up out of here. This was a almost impromptu show. I didn't have everything all the way together, but I said, you know what? I'm coming on the air. Gotta get a people what they want. So I came on the air. We kind of winged it today. Kind of winged it a little bit, but we made it happen. We made it happen. Turned out to a good show. Thank you to everybody in the building. Appreciate each and every one of you who came through. Those who super chatted, cash app, like, shared, subscribe, whatever you did to support the program in any way, shape, or form. I even appreciate those of you who sit back and watch in indifference. I appreciate it. And shout out to D-Rock Den, who always come through on the Cash App end. Definitely appreciate D-Rock Den and his Cash App. And with that said, good people, we are out of here. Peace.